Labour's vote collapses across large parts of Britain. Reform and Plaid Cymru's surge in England and Wales. In Scotland, the SNP holds on. The leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, calls the election results an historic shift in British politics. Humiliation in Wales for the Labour First Minister, Baroness Elin Morgan. She loses her seat and Labour loses control of the Senedd for the first time. In Scotland, the SNP are on course to win a fifth election in a row, but will fall short of a majority. Reform celebrations in what were Labour strongholds, prompting calls for the Prime Minister to stand down. Sir Keir Starmer says he will fight on.
I'm not going to walk away and plunge the country into chaos. We were elected to deal with these challenges, and that's what we will do.
As the counting continues, Clive Murray in Cardiff and James Cook in Edinburgh will be taking us through what is happening now and what it will all mean.
Coming up on The World Today, we'll have in-depth analysis from the BBC's global network of correspondents, bringing you a fresh take on the day's top stories. Stay with us on the BBC News Channel.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC News at 6. Labour has suffered huge losses after millions of people went to the polls in England, Wales and Scotland. The Labour Party is set for an historic defeat in Wales, losing control of the Senedd for the first time since devolution almost 30 years ago, with Plaid Cymru forecast to win the most seats. In Scotland, the SNP will remain the largest party, but their vote share is down in almost every constituency. It is Reform UK that has made some of the biggest gains across Britain so far. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has described Labour's results as tough, but says he's not going to walk away from the job. Let me just show you what has been happening in Wales, England and Scotland. This is Wales, what has been a Labour stronghold for more than a century. Labour now pushed into third place with Plaid Cymru out front. In England, it is Reform that has been surging. These are the latest tally there. Look, Reform now more than 1,000 seats. They started with just 2. Labour has lost 845 seats. And on to Scotland, where it is the SNP who are still out front, though their majority, has, for the number of seats so far, we are not sure quite where that is going to end up, but that is not what it was before. Our first report tonight is from our political editor, Chris Mason.
Elin Morgan was Wales's First Minister this morning. Tonight, she doesn't even have a seat in the Senedd, the Welsh Parliament.
Is Labour over in Wales?
Labour have won every Welsh election since before Sir David Attenborough was even born, but not this one.
Welsh Labour has today suffered a catastrophic result. It ends a century of Labour winning in Wales, and the party will need to take a really hard look at itself.
It is Plaid Cymru, who'd one day like an independent Wales, who are on course to be the biggest party, with this man likely to be First Minister.
It has become clear that Wales demanded that change of leadership, and I look forward to saying more about this later as the full picture becomes complete.
Sef un seat 1, Dan Thomas, Reform UK Wales.
Yay!
Reform have also done well in Wales, easily beating Labour. In Scotland, another win for the Scottish National Party, a 5th consecutive term.
I will simply do all that I possibly can do to make Scotland a successful country and to improve the lives of the people of our country, and I look forward to doing that in the next Scottish parliamentary term. Thank you very much.
Labour losing here as well then, a recurring pattern today. Just look at their body language. Glum, defensive, rejected. Speaking before the flurry of results this afternoon, here is the Prime Minister's take.
These are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
Reform UK have made big gains in Basildon in Essex, Tameside in Greater Manchester, and there was a hug in Hampshire too. And they've won in Suffolk,
Morning, Nigel.
Essex, Newcastle under Lyme, and here, Havering in East London.
Overall, what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics. We've been so used to thinking about politics in terms of left and right, and yet what Reform are able to do is to win in areas that have always been conservative, but equally, we're proving in a big way we can win in areas that Labour have dominated, frankly, since the end of World War I.
There were lots of cheering, even jumping Greens this evening too.
Zoe Garbett is duly elected as the Mayor of Hackney.
And a big win for them in East London.
This is a historic victory. This is the first time the Green Party have ever won a directly elected mayor. And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried. And actually, whether it's here that Labour have been rejected or whether we're seeing around the country, it's very clear that the new politics is the Green Party versus Reform.
The Conservatives, so often leading actors in the story of British politics, feel like little more than an extra today. They've gone backwards, but...
Good morning, Westminster. How are we feeling?
They did regain Westminster Council.
I'm very proud of how we have done. I'm not saying that we're there yet. I'm not saying that the results are perfect. There are loads of councillors, Conservative councillors, who would have lost their seats, but they can see that our strategy is working. Good strategy takes time. It doesn't all happen overnight.
For the Liberal Democrats, modest gains and unorthodox dance moves. They lost control in Hull, gained control in Stockport and won in Portsmouth.
It's a fantastic result here in Portsmouth. The Reform threw everything at it, but we won. We've taken control of this council, and we've shown across the country that it's the Liberal Democrats who can hold off and beat Reform.
What then of the Prime Minister's future? There hasn't, as yet at least, been an eruption of Labour folk demanding he goes. This Labour MP used to be in Keir Starmer's cabinet. This afternoon she said he should stay. For now.
The Prime Minister is doing an absolutely exceptional job on the international stage, and it's incredibly important that he's successful in that role because our constituents' livelihoods depend upon it. But the message has been clear from the public that unless the government delivers significant and urgent change, it's clear that the Prime Minister cannot lead us into another election.
A smattering of other Labour MPs are saying similar things. Let's see if it's a call that becomes contagious. The Prime Minister tonight is winded, Labour wounded, but Sir Keir Starmer's allies insist he is staying put here. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Well, one of the most dramatic developments in these elections is the shift in power in Wales, where Labour has lost control of the Senedd. After more than 27 years, Labour's domination of politics in Wales goes back much further than that. Clive is in Cardiff Bay for us. Clive.
Yeah, hi there. The sun is shining here, and it's shining for Wales's Independence Party Plaid Cymru, who've won the most seats in the Senedd after elections transforming the political landscape here. Since devolution way back in 1999, Wales has only ever known Labour First Ministers. The party has dominated the political conversation. Well, now they're out of power, licking deep wounds inflicted not just by Plaid, but also by Reform, who will be the official opposition after making their own stunning gains. And to make a dreadful day worse for Labour, their leader, First Minister Eluned Morgan, has lost her own seat and now stepped down as head of the party. Well, 96 seats were up for election, with one party needing 49 to win a majority. And here are the results so far. Plaid Cymru up 20 with 43 seats. Reform 34 seats, up 34 seats. They didn't have an elected member of the Welsh Senedd here before this day. And Labour, what a catastrophe, down 35 seats for them, the Conservatives on 7, and so on, as you can see. Plaid Cymru, they will not get the overall majority total of 49, but they are still the largest party, and as such, it will be their leader, Rhun ap Iorwerth, who will become First Minister. Well, Hywel Griffith reports now on a day of the highest political drama here in Wales.
On a redrawn political map, a new landscape is emerging. One where no corner of Wales can be considered Labour territory. Not even the First Minister's constituency, Eluned Morgan out of the Senedd with nowhere to turn, apart from resigning as Welsh leader.
It is clear that results across the whole of the United Kingdom have demonstrated deep frustration with the Labour Party. We need to go back to being the party of the working class. We need the Labour government nationally to change course.
Deciphering which direction voters had taken wasn't immediately clear. Reform hoped an early win would give them momentum.
For decades, the Welsh valleys and cities such as Islwyn and Newport have been ignored, let down and forgotten by the old parties of Wales. Today, the people have spoken, and now in Reform, they finally have a voice.
But seat by seat they were matched, and more by Plaid Cymru, whose swagger suggested they could be on course to form a government.
My sense of service to my community and my belief in our nation drives me every single day, and Plaid Cymru is ready to serve.
It's hard to overstate just how historic these results are. After 27 years in government, over a century of winning every major election in Wales, Labour now finds itself out of power and out of favour with people who would have always voted for the party by default.
I don't think that the people 100% have left Labour, but I think Labour have left the people.
I used to always vote Labour. I haven't the last twice neither.
And this time?
I voted Reform.
Predictions of a two-horse race, it seemed, had come true. Others were squeezed out of the running.
Well, I wanted to vote for Green, but unfortunately not really a tactical vote at the moment, so I voted for Plaid. I'm not even Welsh, but I do think Plaid will be better for Wales than Reform.
Some will tell you two-party politics is over. In Wales, it may have been reborn in different colours. The new expanded Senedd will still host Labour, a handful of Conservatives, a Lib Dem and its first ever Green Party members after an election which has rocked Welsh politics to its foundations. Hywel Griffith, BBC News, Cardiff.
Let's find out what the BBC Wales' political editor thinks of all this. Gareth Lewis is with me. As we were seeing Hywel's film there, all the votes are now in. All the constituencies have declared. Yes, Plaid Cymru are 5 short of an overall majority, but this is their wildest dreams come true, isn't it?
It is, Clive. They were very unlikely to get a majority under this system. Their campaign has worked. They billed it as a two-horse race, Plaid or Reform. It hoovered up left-leaning voters, many of whom disillusioned with Labour in the first place, which has certainly helped, and they're now biggest party. As for Reform, they did say earlier this week they thought they could get a majority. They've come second, an element perhaps of disappointment, but they've come from nowhere to comfortably be the second biggest party. And the other story is this collapse for Labour. Labour losing in Wales is in the category of things you never thought you would see in your own lifetime. But we have, and it's not just a defeat, Clive, it is a thrashing. And the inedible cherry on the cake for them, if you like, is Eluned Morgan failing to win her seat and now resigning as Welsh Labour leader. Look, we're expecting, 6:15, we're expecting a statement from Rhun ap Iorwerth in about 15 minutes' time where he'll state his intentions. They've talked with these sort of numbers of trying to form a minority government, which I've no doubt they'll do. A formality will be confirmed here next week, I suspect, as First Minister with a vote in the Senedd. It has been a long day. A long period of Labour rule has come to an end. You can't say this often. We indulge in hyperbole sometimes, but a day of political history has most certainly been made in Wales.
All right, Gareth Lewis, thanks for that. It has been an incredibly momentous day here. That's the picture in Wales, but what about up in Scotland? Let's talk to James Cook, who's in Edinburgh at Holyrood. Hi there.
Hello there, Clive. Very good evening to you from Edinburgh, where the Scottish National Party is claiming victory in the Holyrood election under the leadership of John Swinney, and that would mean a record 5th term in power for the Nationalists. The leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, has described the result as disappointing and said his party was hurting. All 129 seats here at the Scottish Parliament are being contested. 73 of them are elected under first past the post, where the winner takes all. The other 56 use a system of proportional representation. We don't yet have all of the results, but we'll have a look at what we do know so far. You need 65 to get to a majority. 69 seats have been declared so far, and here it is. The SNP on 55 seats. They had 64 last time. The Liberal Democrats on 5, the Conservatives 4, Labour just 3 at the moment, the Greens on 2, and the Reform UK party in Scotland with nothing at present. Now, to be clear, that is only a partial picture because the constituencies are counted first and the SNP are expected to do better there, and then we'll get some other results coming in that will balance things up as the evening goes on. We'll have some analysis of these results so far in a minute, but first, let's have a look at how this story has unfolded. John Swinney and his wife Elizabeth heading into the count in Perth, confident that his Scottish National Party is heading back to government in Edinburgh. This is the 7th election since devolution in 1999, and the SNP have now won 5 of them in a row.
We are at the very early stages of the election count across the country, but it is becoming clear that the Scottish National Party is going to emerge as the largest party in this election campaign. That is for me something incredibly precious because, having devoted my adult life to serving the people of Scotland through the activities of the Scottish National Party, to have assumed the leadership of my party 2 years ago and to take it to the position where I expect us to win the election today is a moment of enormous significance.
The Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar knows he could have been a contender. It's just 2 years since his party swept the SNP aside in the general election, but that was then, and this is now.
This is clearly a disappointing result for us as a Scottish Labour Party. My party is hurting, we're disappointed, we advocated for change, we didn't win that argument, but it's my job to hold us together, and that's a job I intend to do, and we will continue to fight for the change we believe Scotland so desperately needs.
But this was not a wholesale endorsement of the SNP. Its vote share is down.
Lorna Slater, Scottish Green Party, 12,600.
That's ex-Cabinet Minister Angus Robertson to the right of the Gannet, being unseated by the jubilant Scottish Greens.
We are hopeful of returning the largest ever number of Greens to Holyrood today, as voters choose to vote Green all over Scotland. And I can't wait to get back to work.
And not long after that, the Greens took Nicola Sturgeon's old seat in Glasgow too. There was also gloom for the SNP in the Hebrides, with Labour gaining Nehelinen and Year. While on the East Coast, Reform UK missed out on their top constituency target, Banffshire and Buchan Coast. Just.
I think we're going to get a good result overall when we get the regional vote, but I personally said I wanted to win constituencies, and we're just not getting the breakthrough in the constituencies. Maybe it's just come a bit too quick for Reform in this time around.
There will be plenty of new names in Holyrood, but one thing stays the same: the smiles on SNP faces. Although Labour will be pleased that in the past few minutes they have held Dumbarton, the only seat they've held continuously since 1999. Let's cross now to Glenn Campbell, BBC Scotland political editor, who's in Glasgow for us. Evening, Glenn. What do you make of the results so far?
Well, after 19 years in government, it is extraordinary that the SNP is still winning and winning big. At the moment on 55 seats, but with the regional list results still to come in, It looks like they are on course to lead the next government at Holyrood and secure that 5th term. There is still a question about whether the next Parliament will have a nationalist majority, the SNP plus the Greens, or whether the combined results for all the parties that support continued union could take them over the 65 winning line. But it looks like John Swinney will remain as First Minister, an historic result for him. The Reform UK party causing chaos for pro-union parties, albeit that it has yet to secure its first seats on the list.
Glenn, thanks very much. Glenn Campbell in Glasgow. That's the situation so far here in Edinburgh. But for now, back to you, Sophie, in the studio.
James, thank you. Well, the results keep on coming in. The counting continues. We may not have a final tally until tomorrow. Rita's been following some of the key battlegrounds in England, Wales and Scotland, and she's here.
Yes, Sophie, thank you. I want to show you 3 places that really demonstrate how the politics of the country have changed. First of all, to Sunderland, the Council of Sunderland, which is a huge reform gain from Labour. Look at reform. 58 seats here in Sunderland. This has been a bastion for the Labour Party since 1973, and they did have a majority of 24 here. The Lib Dems and the Conservatives have in the past been competitive here too, but it is the Reform UK party that has stormed in, and you can see the change here in the last couple of years. Reform on 58 seats, Labour losing 49 seats. They're very, very painful for the Labour Party in Sunderland. Take you now to Scotland and to Edinburgh Southern, and this was a Labour gain from the SNP. And this was a point where it started to become apparent that the SNP was really going to struggle to get an overall majority. Now, the details are interesting because Labour's got a majority of just short of 5,000 here. Look at the change in the vote. Labour vote is certainly up by 8%, but Reform's vote is up by 8% too. And what may well have happened is that the Reform vote has eaten into the SNP's support, which has allowed Labour to come through the middle. One final place I want to show you, and this is Penarth. And this is a good illustration of the contest between Plaid and Reform that's taken place across Wales. You can see here the vote share of Plaid, 41% compared to Reform on 18%. That has allowed them to have 3 members of the Senedd elected, really dominating Reform, who've only got 1. And this really shows you why it is that it's Plaid who are going to be the main party in the Senedd.
Rita, thank you. Well, in England, those Labour losses were clocked up across swathes of the northwest, northeast of England and Yorkshire, including areas once considered the party's key strongholds. In Barnsley in South Yorkshire, 50 years of Labour rule has ended today, with Reform UK taking control. Ed Thomas reports from Barnsley.
50 years of one town's loyalty to Labour.
Local elections? What about them? Did you vote? Yep. And Reform?
Gone in just 24 hours.
I'm going to say something politically incorrect. I just burned them all on a stake if I could.
Really? That's
Yes,
how you feel?
Yes, really.
Starmer.
Starmer.
I don't know what he's doing.
Inside Beth's cafe,
Tell Beth it's BBC News.
a family at work.
Nothing to do with you, I voted for. Said it wasn't Labour.
Once, Labour could depend on their support.
What are Labour doing for you?
Yeah. I think I would go Reform.
One word why you voted.
Starmer.
Sorry?
Starmer.
That's the main reason?
Yes. Yeah, it's done nothing for this country at all.
What hope does Reform represent to you?
Just a change. It needs that change.
2 years? He's only been in power for 2 years.
2 years, you can make a big difference.
This is Labour's heartland, but now Reform is surging.
What is your #1 problem with the Labour Party that you voted for only 2 years ago?
But they just don't look after people.
When you say they don't look after people, what type of people do you mean?
Well, working class people.
Excuse me, fella. It's not, mate. It's not mastermind, I promise.
For Lee, in work since he was 16, a sense that Britain no longer works for him.
Fairness. Fairness for taxpayer.
Too much tax. Everything's taxed, taxed, taxed and taxed again. I've voted for somebody else this time, just to see if they can make a change.
Let me guess.
Yeah.
Reform.
Yeah.
National debates dominating local elections.
Do you think Labour deserve to get kicked out in places like Barnsley?
It seems to me that national issues are in play, yeah. My opinion, people have voted against Keir Starmer.
Top far corner, you jelly bean.
I've been Labour all my life, so I'm sad.
Are you worried about the future?
I am very worried. I don't think they'll know how to run country.
Reform?
Yeah.
Decades of Labour rule are over, and it's all change in Barnsley. Thomas, BBC News.
All change in parts of London as well. Let's talk about the Green Party, because they have taken control of their first councils. They now control Norwich, which they gained by taking 6 seats from Labour. They've also overturned a huge Labour majority to take control of Waltham Forest Council in North East London, and they won their first mayoral contest in the London Borough of Hackney. And that is where Tom Edwards is for us tonight. So big changes there.
Yeah, and I think they could seize Hackney as well, because at the moment what we're seeing is Greens have got 20 councillors, Labour have got 0, and the Tories have got 5. And remember, this used to be a Tory stronghold. Earlier in the day, the big story was the Greens, they got their first ever directly elected mayor, Zoe Garbett. She got 35,000 votes compared to her opposition Labour incumbent 25,000. So there was a big swing to Zoe Garbett. Some policies we might see here focus on social housing, restrictions on things like large SUVs, sports utility vehicles. But the Greens here are absolutely jubilant.
Tom, thank you. Well, let's go to Essex now, where Reform UK have taken control of Essex County Council from the Conservatives. Simon Dedman is in Chelmsford for us. Simon.
That's right. Reform UK have taken the lion's share of seats in Essex, from Corringham to Clacton. They've got a majority on Essex County Council, ending a quarter of a century of Conservative control, taking the council leader's seat. And they won 45 of the 49 seats of Labour-run Thurrock Council. They now have councillors in the constituencies of 6 members of the Conservative shadow cabinet, including Kemi Badenoch. So Nigel Farage is hoping to plant his tanks on traditional Tory turf, but tonight he's landing by chopper to hold a victory rally in Kemi Badenoch's constituency.
Thank you very much. Another bit of news for you, because a special concert is going to be taking place tonight in London's Royal Albert.
Let's speak to the Secretary of State for Science, Liz Kendall, Labour Secretary of State, who is with us. Good to have you on the programme on such
pleasure.
a difficult day. Can I read you 2 comments? One from an MP, one from a union. Here's Dan Carden, the Labour MP for Liverpool Walton, who said the party needs to be honest with what the message is we're being given. This is a rejection, he says, of the lanyard class, the progressive elites, and although he doesn't spell it out, he most likely counts the Prime Minister as one of them. Here's Angela Egan, union leader, Unison leader. Labour faces oblivion. What must change is not just the leader, but the approach. What do you say to them?
I mean, there's no beating around the bush. These have been truly terrible results for Labour, and I think about all of the hundreds of councillors and the Welsh Assembly members and the members of the Scottish Parliament who've lost their seats, people who've worked hard for their constituents and served their communities, and I think it's been a heart-wrenching day. And the voters has given us a clear message that we are not good enough, and we need to change, and we need to set out a clear vision for the future of the country where we deliver that change for them and their families.
So you take responsibility, do you, as a cabinet member, as much as the Prime Minister?
Absolutely. It is the Prime Minister himself, and
so
we
what
all
have you done wrong?
Well, I think there's 2 sets of things here. First, I think that there have been too many unnecessary mistakes that have been made And
U-turns.
secondly, such as the mistake on winter fuel, I'm glad we've put that right. We've ended up in the right position on that. But also something much more profound, I think, which is that in rightly spelling out the challenges that we face as a country, we have failed to provide enough hope and optimism that the future can be better.
But John,
and that is
John
something
Curtis
I
would tell
think
you.
that if
John
I can
Curtis
just
would tell
finish-
you that people don't understand what the plan is. It's not just about delivery. They don't know what the Labour plan is.
Well,
It's
let
not
me
been
tell
spelled
you-
out to them.
Let me tell you two things that I think we need to focus on. Firstly is a better future for our young people. I have heard time and time again parents and grandparents worried about where their kids will get a job that pays a decent wage, how they'll ever get on the housing ladder. And I want every single young person to be in education, employment or training. Currently 1 million aren't.
All
And
right, well,
we're
on housing, you're miles behind on your housing target.
Yeah, and we need to do far more, just as we do on opportunities for young people.
You
And
see,
the second
what I'm
thing,
struggling to understand, you talk about reset, and other
Well, you-
Labour MPs have come on today and talked about the reset, but we don't fully understand what the reset is.
well, if you would give me a chance to answer the question, I'd be able to explain where I think we need to change and be bolder. And the second thing is the area I lead in, which is shaping this incredibly powerful technology, AI, which is hurtling down the tracks at us and giving young people the skills they need to get those jobs of the future, and making sure the benefits of technology are felt in every part of this country, not just for a few at the top. Those are the bold changes that we need to offer people hope and optimism for the future, because there are many great things about this country and we need to provide that clarity of vision. And I think that is what you will hear Keir Starmer talking about in the weeks and months ahead.
Right. Well, the other conversation will be about who might replace him. And of course, attention will again turn to Andy Burnham. What might be particularly hard to take for some Labour figures are the results in places like Tameside in Greater Manchester, the patch of the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, or in Wigan, where Lisa Nandy's from, Manchester, where of course Andy Burnham is the mayor. These are places where you would expect Labour to be doing quite well, where the big Labour beasts are. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that he's got quite a lot of hurdles to get over, Andy Burnham, even to get a seat, would you be confident of winning a by-election anywhere in England right now?
Well, I've known Andy for many, many years. He is absolutely one of our star players. And I think the challenge that he and others face in the Manchester City region is the same challenge that Keir Starmer faces across the country, which is that in some parts of the region, as you said, Tameside and Wigan, we've lost councillors to reform. And in Manchester itself, you've seen a big rise in the Green vote. I think Andy is the best person to lead that fight back and demonstrate the changes that he campaigned on to be elected as mayor. To provide. I think Andy should serve his term, just as he's promised the electorate to do, that he would do, and just as Keir Starmer has said he will do.
So you don't think he should come back to Westminster?
I think he should serve his term, and after he's finished that, then it's up to him what he decides to do. But the challenge he faces in the Manchester City region is the same as Labour faces right across the country. And I think rather than have a discussion about whether we should turn left or right, we need to set out what we believe in and fight for the changes that people deserve. Because I tell you what, these votes have been. These votes are a comment on what's been happening nationally over the last 2 years, but they are also a vote about the last 2 decades or more, when people from the financial crisis onwards have been hit time and time again, ordinary people, and they want leadership that can take them to the future through those challenges and offer better
And I'm
hope.
sorry to interrupt you, but obviously we're pressed for time. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. They want leadership.
I'm trying to answer your questions,
I know you
though.
are, and you're doing it very well. But Ed Miliband says that that the Prime Minister should set out a timetable for a transition.
Well, I don't know the details of conversations people have had with Keir. He's not going to go, and he's not going to set a timetable. And what I think is, you know, the calls to set a timetable are just a kind of veneer of process, calling for a leadership challenge, and the yet more internal infighting. And you know what? People want us fighting for their jobs and their future, not our own jobs and our future. And the public will not forgive us if we descend into infighting and constantly seek to try and change the leader just as the Conservatives did. We need to offer hope. Change is on the way, change is coming, and we will deliver a better future for you.
Liz Kendall, I know it's been a difficult day. We're very grateful for your time on the programme. Thank you very much. Well, let's bring in the Conservative viewpoint, shall we? We've got Julia Lopez, Conservative MP and Shadow Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. Your oppo number there.
Yes, indeed. I thought it was very interesting, if I may say, that Liz didn't talk at all about one of the defining moments of last year in the parliamentary calendar when she presided over Labour's utter failure to be able to cut welfare. And one of the things that was coming up on the doorstep for me was this sense of deep injustice from working people that Labour have jacked up taxes on jobs at the same time as failing to cut the welfare bill. Liz didn't acknowledge that in anything that she said just now. And that was a defining moment of where Labour went wrong.
If you were answering the questions on the doorstep, they don't seem to have liked the answer you've given. Let me put up some of the Conservative losses as we talk. Where's the Badenoch bounce?
Well, we won Westminster back, which was one of our flagship councils that we lost to Labour.
But you lost
very
Exeter.
Pleased to get that back.
You lost Exeter, which is, of course, where the leader is from. Essex, sorry. Not Exeter, Essex. You lost Suffolk. You lost Hampshire. I mean, these are Tory blue areas.
It was a tough night. Oh, look, I mean, I was in Havering this morning. We didn't lose Havering. It was a Residents' Association controlled council, and the Residents' Association lost that.
Reform gain.
Yes, it was a reform gain again, and it was a very difficult night for us. I'm not going to try and dress that up as anything else.
You're an opposition party facing a deeply unpopular Labour Party, and you're going backwards.
I think that what we saw over the course of this day is the continuation of the deep discontent that was shown us in the 2024 election. We're about 18 months on from that, and I did not expect at this point in the cycle that people would have moved on from that, and I think that's become plain. We're doing a lot of the work to rebuild that trust, and we're seeing some of the green shoots of that with Westminster coming back, with the result we saw in Harlow, with Bexley and Wandsworth. But we were never expecting to be able to get some kind of sweep across the country. We know that there's a lot of work to do.
But Julie, you must, I mean, you can't, like Westminster and Wandsworth, these are places that would historically have been conservative. I mean, if you're trying to take some kind of comfort from that, that is a bit clutching at straws. Are you worried that in the meantime, you say you're building back trust with the electorate, but in the meantime, you're being replaced by Reform as the party of the right?
I think they are very good at tapping into the deep discontent when it comes to the economy, when it comes to things like immigration. It's a sort of pub diagnosis of what's gone wrong. There's a lot of diagnosis, but the electorate's going to move on to, OK, what are the solutions for this country? And I think that is where there's going to be now a lot of scrutiny on reform and where we go from here.
They might think you had your chance. That's the problem for you, isn't it? You were in power for a long time. You had your chance to deal with issues like immigration, and they would say you failed and they're willing to give someone else a go.
Well, I don't think that's entirely true. I think we have 3 years until the next general election, in which the electorate is actually open-minded as to who they're going to choose. I think there's a hell of a lot of road left to run on this. I think you're going to see some profound economic challenges going forward, and I think the electorate's going to want solutions by the time of the next general election. And we want to be in the solutions business, not just the diagnosis problem.
Lord Gavin Barwell, the former Chief of Staff, said overnight that there's no point fighting reform on reform territory. If you want reform, you vote for reform. Ruth Davidson, who did pretty well in Scotland bringing the Conservative vote together, she said Kemi's no coherent plan to unite the country. So they see a clear gap in British politics, in the middle of British politics, which you're not filling.
I think there's issues that the voters are telling us that they want any party, whether it's Labour, Conservatives or Reform, to deal with. Primarily immigration, but also the problems with the economy. Those are the areas that we are focusing on, and we think that the economy is going to be one of the most important issues going forward at the next general election. I think we can build a broad coalition on that issue, because it's going to be a very desperate situation in a few years' time.
Can we just have a look at some of these Conservative wards that you've lost? Here we go. We're looking. Conservative wards that the Conservatives have lost that have gone to Reform, 24% up for Reform. So it's almost a straight swat, isn't it? They're taking directly from you in these wards up and down the country.
I can't see the stats you're looking at. It's a very mixed picture across the country, and I think that's what's going to be very interesting going forward electorally, that there are different trends happening in different areas. It makes it a very complex political situation to be able to analyse. So I don't think it's necessarily, that's not what I've seen across in a total sweep. Our vote share nationally, I think, is about 20%. We are the second party behind Reform on vote share. So I think, as I say, I can't see the stats you're looking at. It's been
but I think the difference.
Picture.
I think the difference, if you go to my neck of the woods in sort of Lancashire area, in some of these old mill towns, they are reaching towns that you don't get close to. So they are appealing to the working class vote in a way that the Conservative Party in those areas never did.
Well, we saw a big change in the electorate in the 2019 election, where we were able to make gains in seats that we'd never, ever been able to get through before. I think that tells me, I mean, I feel I'm a relative veteran now in being in Parliament for 9 years. We have seen so much political change in the course of those 9 years. I think there's going to be a lot of volatility, a lot of change. I think the message to every party, and I include Reform in this, is that everybody is on watch, and we all have to try and rebuild trust with the electorate and actually start delivering on the messages they are giving us at every one of these elections.
Julia Lopez, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Good to get the Conservative viewpoint. Just give us an upsum before we move on, Vicky, about what you heard from Liz Kendall.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting there is that she's saying very clearly that the Prime Minister, as he said this morning before a lot of these results came out, that he's not going to set out a timetable to leave. So I think the question now...
Let's speak to the Secretary of State for Science, Liz Kendall, Labour Secretary of State, who is with us. Good to have you on the programme on such
pleasure.
a difficult day. Can I read you two comments, one from an MP, one from a union? Here's Dan Carden, the Labour MP for Liverpool Walton, who said the party needs to be honest with what the message is we're being given. This is a rejection, he says, of the lanyard class, the progressive elites, and although he doesn't spell it out, he most likely counts the Prime Minister as one of them. Here's Angela Egan, union leader, Unison leader. Labour faces oblivion. What must change is not just the leader, but the approach. What do you say to them?
I mean, there's no beating around the bush. These have been truly terrible results for Labour, and I think about all of the hundreds of councillors and the Welsh Assembly members and the members of the Scottish Parliament who've lost their seats, people who've worked hard for their constituents and served their communities, and I think it's been a heart-wrenching day. And the voters has given us a clear message that we are not good enough, and we need to change, and we need to set out a clear vision for the future of the country where we deliver that change for them and their families.
So you take responsibility, do you, as a cabinet member, as much as the Prime Minister?
Absolutely. It is the Prime Minister himself, and
so
we
what
all...
have you done wrong?
Well, I think there's two sets of things here. First, I think that there have been too many unnecessary mistakes that have been made. And secondly, such as the mistake on winter fuel, I'm glad we've put that right. We've ended up in the right position on that. But also something much more profound, I think, which is that in rightly spelling out the challenges that we face as a country, we have failed to provide enough hope and optimism that the future can be better.
But John,
and that
John
is something
Curtis would tell you.
John
Curtis would tell you that people don't understand what the plan is. It's not just about delivery. They don't know what the Labour plan is.
Well,
it's not been spelled out to them.
Let me tell you two things that I think we need to focus on. Firstly is a better future for our young people. I have heard time and time again parents and grandparents worried about where their kids will get a job that pays a decent wage, how they'll ever get on the housing ladder. And I want every single young person to be in education, employment or training. Currently 1 million aren't.
And
right,
well, on housing, you're miles behind on your housing target.
Yeah, and we need to do far more, just as we do on opportunities for young people.
And the second thing... What I'm struggling to understand, you talk about reset, and other Labour MPs have come on today and talked about the reset, but we don't fully understand what the reset is.
Well, if you would give me a chance to answer the question, I'd be able to explain where I think we need to change and be bolder. And the second thing is the area I lead in, which is shaping this incredibly powerful technology, AI, which is hurtling down the tracks at us and giving young people the skills they need to get those jobs of the future, and making sure the benefits of technology are felt in every part of this country, not just for a few at the top. Those are the bold changes that we need to offer people hope and optimism for the future, because there are many great things about this country, and we need to provide that clarity of vision. And I think that is what you will hear Keir Starmer talking about in the weeks and months ahead.
Right. Well, the other conversation will be about who might replace him. And of course, attention will again turn to Andy Burnham. What might be particularly hard to take for some Labour figures are the results in places like Tameside in Greater Manchester, the patch of the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, or in Wigan, where Lisa Nandy's from, Manchester, where of course Andy Burnham is the mayor. These are places where you would expect Labour to be doing quite well, where the big Labour beasts are. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that he's got quite a lot of hurdles to get over, Andy Burnham, even to get a seat, would you be confident of winning a by-election anywhere in England right now?
Well, I've known Andy for many, many years. He is absolutely one of our star players. And I think the challenge that he and others face in the Manchester City region is the same challenge that Keir Starmer faces across the country, which is that in some parts of the region, as you said, Tameside and Wigan, we've lost councillors to reform. And in Manchester itself, you've seen a big rise in the Green vote. I think Andy is the best person to lead that fight back and demonstrate the changes that he campaigned on to be elected as mayor.
In Westminster or as mayor?
Provide. I think Andy should serve his term just as he's promised the electorate to do, that he would do, and just as Keir Starmer has said he will do.
So you don't think he should come back to Westminster?
I think he should serve his term, and after he's finished that, then it's up to him what he decides to do. But the challenge he faces in the Manchester City region is the same as Labour faces right across the country. And I think rather than have a discussion about whether we should turn left or right, we need to set out what we believe in and fight for the changes that people deserve. Because I tell you what, these votes are a comment on what's been happening nationally over the last 2 years, but they are also a vote about the last 2 decades or more, when people from the financial crisis onwards have been hit time and time again, ordinary people, and they want leadership that can take them to the future through those challenges and offer better
And I'm sorry
hope.
to interrupt you, but obviously we're pressed for time. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. They want leadership.
I'm trying to answer your questions,
I know you are, and you're doing it very well. But Ed Miliband says that that the Prime Minister should set out a timetable for a transition.
Well, I don't know the details of conversations people have had with Keir. He's not going to go, and he's not going to set a timetable. Well, what I think is, the calls to set a timetable are just a kind of veneer of process, calling for a leadership challenge, and the yet more internal infighting. And you know what? People want us fighting for their jobs and their future, not our own jobs and our future. And the public will not forgive us if we descend into infighting and constantly seek to try and change the leader, just as the Conservatives did. We need to offer hope. Change is on the way, change is coming, and we will deliver a better future for you.
Liz Kendall, I know it's been a difficult day. We're very grateful for your time on the programme. Thank you very much. Well, let's bring in the Conservative viewpoint, shall we? We've got Julia Lopez, Conservative MP and Shadow Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. Your Oppo number there.
Yes, indeed. I thought it was very interesting, if I may say, that Liz didn't talk at all about one of the defining moments of last year in the parliamentary calendar, when she presided over Labour's utter failure to be able to cut welfare. And one of the things that was coming up on the doorstep for me was this sense of deep injustice from working people, that Labour have jacked up taxes on jobs at the same time as failing to cut the welfare bill. Liz didn't acknowledge that in anything that she said just now, and that was a defining moment of where Labour went wrong.
If you were answering the questions on the doorstep, they don't seem to have liked the answer you've given. Let me put up some of the Conservative losses as we talk. Where's the Badenoch bounce?
Well, that we won Westminster back, which was one of our flagship councils that we lost to Labour.
But you lost
very
Exeter.
Pleased to get that back.
You lost Exeter, which is, of course, where the leader is from. Essex, sorry. Not Exeter, Essex. You lost Suffolk. You lost Hampshire. I mean, these are Tory blue areas.
It was a tough night. Oh, look, I mean, I was in Havering this morning. We didn't lose Havering. It was a Residents' Association controlled council, and the Residents' Association lost that.
Reform game.
Yes, it was a reform game again, and it was a very difficult night for us. I'm not going to try and dress that up as anything else.
You're an opposition party facing a deeply unpopular Labour Party, and you're going backwards.
I think that what we saw over the course of this day is the continuation of the deep discontent that was shown us in the 2024 election, We're about 18 months on from that, and I did not expect at this point in the cycle that people would have moved on from that, and I think that's become plain. We're doing a lot of the work to rebuild that trust, and we're seeing some of the green shoots of that, with Westminster coming back, with the result we saw in Harlow, with Bexley and Wandsworth. But we were never expecting to be able to get some kind of sweep across the country. We know that there's a lot of work to do.
But Julie, you must, I mean, you can't, like Westminster and Wandsworth, these are places that would historically have been conservative. I mean, if you're trying to take some kind of comfort from that, that is a bit clutching at straws. Are you worried that in the meantime, you say you're building back trust with the electorate, but in the meantime, you're being replaced by Reform as the party of the right?
I think they are very good at tapping into the deep discontent when it comes to the economy, when it comes to things like immigration. It's a sort of pub diagnosis of what's gone wrong. There's a lot of diagnosis, but the electorate's going to move on to, OK, what are the solutions for this country? And I think that is where there's going to be now a lot of scrutiny on reform and where we go from here.
They might think you had your chance. That's the problem for you, isn't it? You were in power for a long time. You had your chance to deal with issues like immigration, and they would say you failed and they're willing to give someone else a go.
Well, I don't think that's entirely true. I think we have 3 years until the next general election, in which the electorate is actually open-minded as to who they're going to choose. I think there's a hell of a lot of road left to run on this. I think you're going to see profound economic challenges going forward, and I think the electorate's going to want solutions by the time of the next general election. And we want to be in the solutions business, not just the diagnosis problem.
Lord Gavin Barwell, former Chief of Staff, said overnight that there's no point fighting reform on reform territory. If you want reform, you vote for reform. Ruth Davidson, who did pretty well in Scotland bringing the Conservative vote together, she said Kemi's no coherent plan to unite the country. So they see a clear gap in British politics, in the middle of British politics, which you're not filling.
I think there's issues that the voters are telling us that they want any party, whether it's Labour, Conservatives or Reform, to deal with. Primarily immigration, but also the problems with the economy. Those are the areas that we are focusing on, and we think that the economy is going to be one of the most important issues going forward at the next general election. I think we can build a broad coalition on that issue, because it's going to be a very desperate situation in a few years' time.
Can we just have a look at some of these Conservative wards that you've lost? Here we go. We're looking. Conservative wards that the Conservatives have lost that have gone to Reform, 24% up for Reform. So it's almost a straight swat, isn't it? They're taking directly from you in these wards up and down the country.
I can't see the stats you're looking at. It's a very mixed picture across the country, and I think that's what's going to be very interesting going forward electorally, that there are different trends happening in different areas. It makes it a very complex political situation to be able to analyse. So I don't think it's necessarily, that's not what I've seen across in a total sweep. Our vote share nationally, I think, is about 20%. We are the second party behind Reform on vote share. So I think, as I say, I can't see the stats you're looking at. It's been
but I think the difference.
Picture.
I think the difference, if you go to my neck of the woods in sort of Lancashire area, in some of these old mill towns, they are reaching towns that you don't get close to. So they are appealing to the working class vote in a way that the Conservative Party in those areas never did.
Well, we saw a big change in the electorate in the 2019 election, where we were able to make gains in seats that we'd never, ever been able to get through before. I think that tells me, I mean, I feel I'm a relative veteran now in being in Parliament for 9 years. We have seen so much political change in the course of those 9 years. I think there's going to be a lot of volatility, a lot of change. I think the message to every party, and I include Reform in this, is that everybody is on watch, and we all have to try and rebuild trust with the electorate and actually start delivering on the messages they are giving us at every one of these elections.
Julia Lopez, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Good to get the Conservative viewpoint. Just give us an upsum before we move on, Vicky, about what you heard from Liz Kendall.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting there is that she's saying very clearly that the Prime Minister, as he said this morning before a lot of these results came out, that he's not going to set out a timetable to leave. So I think the question now in terms of what happens to Keir Starmer, he says he's not going anywhere. These results have come in. They have been, you know, catastrophic for Labour in many places, including places like Wales. But the question is there going to be a move against him? So what we've seen so far is no one from the Cabinet making that move. We have seen some union leaders making that move. And what we've seen in the last hour is quite interesting, and it must be coordinated because they're using the same kind of language. It is several now, Labour MPs saying it's time for an orderly change. So what they don't want is a leadership contest. But what many of them will want...
But how easy is that? Because
it's
you
not
just heard
easy,
Liz
because
Kendall saying we need to move with speed. In the Labour way of changing the leader, I mean, that could be weeks,
But this
months.
is why they want it to be ordered. They're not saying they want an open contest. They want Keir Starmer to say that he will stand down. They want a timetable. Several of them have used the word timetable. They don't want a messy contest.
So he would stay in power while...
Yeah.
But you know how quickly power leaches away once you declare you're...
But the main thing here is that the person that most of these people who I can see who are saying this would back is Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, he doesn't have a seat in Parliament. So the first thing that he needs is a seat. If that were to arise in a by-election, what happened last time? Keir Starmer and the leadership of the party made sure that he wasn't able to stand. He was blocked from doing so. And what these MPs are saying is he can't be blocked anymore. He has to return to Westminster. They want that to happen seemingly before Keir Starmer says, I will now step out of the way. Now, there is no suggestion Keir Starmer is willing to do that, but I think it is very significant in the last hour that there have been several MPs, not all of them people you would expect, who are now calling for this to happen.
Can I just add, there's no guarantee that Labour would win a by-election in these circumstances.
Well, it's just the point I made to Liz Kendall, I mean, obviously that is the question where they parachute him in. Let's bring in Coletta Smith, our Your Voice correspondent, who is in Tameside. It's one of those areas, one of those councils that Labour held, which is now under no overall control, I think. Is that right, Coletta?
Yeah, exactly. There were 19 seats up for grabs here, not the whole council, but a third of it. And 18 of those 19 seats flipped from Labour to Reform. It was an overnight count, so people here through the day have spent the day chewing over that thought, working out what the implications are, and indeed reacting to that. This is a constituency that spreads right from East Manchester. It's a sort of long, thin spoke that spreads right out to the Peak District. It covers a lot of constituencies, 3 different parliamentary constituencies, one of which is held by the former deputy leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner. So all eyes here on her, but also really this the idea around here is that this is a classic Labour heartland. Within about 300 metres of where I'm standing now, you can see old cotton mills. This is an area that Labour considered their own for many generations, but it really is changed times, as I've been hearing throughout the day.
Very sad. I was hoping for a lot better, to be honest.
Did you vote yesterday? Were you?
Yes,
okay.
voted, yeah.
Can I ask who you voted for?
Labour.
Okay.
Always vote Labour.
And how does it feel this morning? I mean, obviously it's a big shift, isn't it?
It's devastating.
It's Labour. No good. Labour's no good. Don't just say. Very sad again. Labour has lost all seats here. They the only one seat they want here.
Did you vote yesterday?
Yes, I voted yesterday.
And who did you vote for?
I voted for Labour, but this morning I heard it's a disaster.
Getting up and seeing that, Reform wins everywhere. I said, hey, it's a big change, you know. Yeah.
And how does that make you feel?
I don't know, a bit weird and scary as well. Yeah, let's hope for the best. Let's see what they're going to do.
We don't like Keir Starmer.
Okay.
So I want him, but also I'm more for the migrants, getting rid of the migrants really. They're coming over on the boats. So
Not legal ones, illegal.
Yeah.
Illegal migrants and stuff.
What we've seen here is that swing happening in real time from Labour to Reform and people reacting to that there. But if Andy Burnham is looking for a safe seat in the North West, then this is a clear signal. Not only a positive vote for Reform from people here that I've been chatting to, but really an anti-Labour vote who they feel have let them down. They're disappointed, they're angry and they're frustrated. So if Andy Burnham's looking for a safe seat in the North West, it's becoming increasingly difficult to do that in this game of musical chairs.
Yeah, that's the interesting point, isn't it? Just when you look at Tameside Council, I mean, Labour have the majority of the seats, Vicky, but they'd have to rule as a minority there. And the point that Coletta makes is, you know, if you're going to drop Andy Burnham into a by-election anywhere in the North West or across the North at the moment, it's difficult.
So the North West, Manchester, Greater Manchester has been really, really difficult, really bad for Labour. Places like Wigan, where they've held on because, again, only a third of the seats were up, but Labour lost every single seat they were trying to defend. That is Lisa Nandy's patch. So you're a cabinet minister who's representing a place like that. You look at Tameside, that is where Angela Rayner has her seat. You're looking at this decimation of a lot of the vote there.
Wigan down 22,
they've lost all of their seats.
seats.
So But now, if you're going back to Andy Burnham, his supporters say, but the point about him is that he polls above the party. He is very popular, especially, of course, around Greater Manchester, that they say he could go into a seat and he would bring up that Labour vote. But, you know, I still think it's a risk. And there are other bits where on Manchester Council where they are losing loads of seats to the Greens. So it is that pincer
doesn't so
movement.
much matter if you're more popular than your party. Kemi Badenoch polls in her approval ratings more than the Conservative Party, and look what's happened to them.
Yes, it depends how much it drags them down. That's what they would say. And this has been the argument, hasn't it? There have been people, as we've said, Anna Sarwar, saying that actually what's happening at Westminster and Keir Starmer's leadership itself has dragged down the Labour vote in Scotland. So, you know,
Your votes really mattered. Millions of you cast a ballot. So tonight, power is on the move. In Wales, there'll be a new government. In Scotland, the SNP's held on, but the verdict on number 10 Downing Street is harsh. The pressure on the Prime Minister is really on. Welcome to Downing Street. Welcome to Election 2026, after an incredible set of contests here on BBC One. The Prime Minister says he is not going anywhere, but it's been a dreadful day for the Labour Party, and some on his own side are very worried after voters made it plain they're deeply unimpressed. Nigel Farage has been the big winner, and the Tories have been suffering at his hands too. And the smaller tribes, the Greens and the Lib Dems, are on the march as well.
Here in Wales, Plaid Cymru have won the most seats in the Senedd after elections that have turned the politics of this land upside down. The worst day of her political life, Baroness Eluned Morgan, the Labour First Minister, loses her own seat as her party is swept from power.
And here in Scotland, we are waiting the very last of the constituency results, but it's clear that the SNP will not reach an overall majority. However, John Swinney, their leader, increased his personal vote and will now be First Minister of Scotland in his own right.
And we have been following it all here in the BBC's election studio since the polls closed last night. I will be joined here by the election guru, Professor Sir John Curtis. Good evening. It has been a day of history with extraordinary results in England, Wales and Scotland. And it is not over yet. The counting goes on in England and Scotland. Labour has suffered huge losses after millions of people went to the polls. In Wales, the Labour Party has lost control of the Senedd for the first time since devolution almost 30 years ago. Plaid Cymru is now the biggest party, though it fell short of a majority. In Scotland, the SNP will remain the largest party, but their vote share is down in almost every constituency. It is Reform UK that has made some of the biggest gains across Britain so far. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has described Labour's results as tough, but says he is not going to walk away from the job. Let me just show you what has actually been happening there. These are the results from the English councils. You can see Reform now have more than 1,200 seats. Labour has reached that 1,000 mark. They've lost more than 1,000. If we can go on as well into Wales, the seats have all now been counted in Wales, and that is the result there. It is Plaid Cymru that comes out on top. The Reform Party in second place, Labour pushed into third place in what was a Labour stronghold. And to Scotland, where the counting continues, it is the SNP that comes out on top. Labour pushed for now into fourth place. Well, let's go to Downing Street. Laura Kuenssberg is there. And Laura, you have been presenting these election results all night, all day, and we have seen some huge changes. What's it all going to mean?
Well, Sophie, even when you just look at those results in England, let alone thinking about Scotland and Wales, it is brutal for the Prime Minister and his party. Goodness knows what's going through their minds in that building tonight. We all know that Labour was expecting a hard time, but it's one thing expecting it, another thing seeing it, and then quite another feeling it. It's going to be like a gut punch for many people in the Labour Party of a different order. And what was interesting was that even early this morning, Sir Keir Starmer chose to get out there and tell his party and all of us that he was not going to go anywhere. He didn't even wait to see how bad it was before putting his defence out there, as if he was anticipating some attacks. He went off to one of the councils in West London where Labour's results weren't as bad as in other parts of the country. Safe-ish territory, maybe, on a day where there were dangers lurking for him almost everywhere.
Let me be clear, these are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
And everyone knows that the Labour government has really struggled with its popularity almost since it walked into power here in Downing Street. But these results are really going to hurt. Campaigners around the country with their red rosettes and their clipboards on, looking really miserable as the results came in around Britain. And the tricky thing is it not just because Labour's lost hundreds of councillors or they've gone so far back in Wales. It's not just because they've had not a great time in Scotland. But the really tricky thing for them is that they've been losing votes in lots of different directions. And it's Nigel Farage and his turquoise troops at Reform who've had the happiest 24 hours, scooping up seats, winning more power and influence. And remember, while we all know that Nigel Farage himself has been around for a long time, his party, Reform, has only been in business, really, for a few years. He's won in so many places this time round. He's taken a helicopter to get round the country.
Oh, I think the Red Wall stuff's amazing, but Essex is also very, very big. So, yeah, very happy.
What do you think we'll see by the end of this day?
A massive change in the political map of the United Kingdom, Labour being annihilated in areas that they dominated for 100 years, and the Conservative Party ceasing to be a national political party, but a reform one.
Reform's also caused a lot of trouble for the Tories. Kemi Badenoch's party is officially the main opposition in Parliament and round this neck of the woods in Westminster. But the Conservatives were still going backwards when it came to millions of your votes and seats last night.
I'm very proud of how we have done. I'm not saying that we're there yet. I'm not saying that the results are perfect. There are loads of councillors, Conservative councillors, who would have lost their seats, but they can see that our strategy is working. Good strategy takes time. It doesn't all happen overnight. Those people who want everything to change overnight are people who don't know how to do the work, who don't know how to build. The Conservative Party is the only serious alternative to Labour right now. Reform and the Greens and the Lib Dems can run around saying all sorts of things. They don't do any work. They will not deliver. Only one party will deliver for this country, and that's the Conservative Party.
Yeah, but the pressure is here on the Labour government, not just because of Reform, but because of the Greens and under Zach Polanski, who blasted onto the scene not that long ago. Under his leadership, the Green Party's new energy has been rewarded with dozens of new seats, notably in cities, even sometimes grabbing the highest share of the vote.
This is a historic victory. This is the first time the Green Party have ever won a directly elected mayor. And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried. And actually, whether it's here that Labour have been rejected or whether we're seeing around the country, it's very clear that the new politics is the Green Party versus Reform. I said that the Green Party were going to replace Labour. That's exactly what we did in Gorton and Denton. It's what we've done in Hackney, and we're seeing that right across the country. In fact, in almost all of our seats, right across the country, whether they're target or non-target, the Green Party vote share is rising.
But it's not just four parties. What about the fifth? There was no bungee jumping or paddle boarding from Sir Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader today, but he couldn't resist the temptation, of course, to carry out one of his stunts, making coffees for journalists and reporters. But the party might feel supercharged by the extra council seats they've taken so far, and there could still be a few more to come.
I think it's Starmer woke up and smelled the coffee. In fact, both the Conservatives and Labour need to smell the coffee. The old parties are out, and we are the only party offering the change that Britain needs. Yes, there are extreme populist parties fueling on people's desire for change, but those parties that basically offer change of burning it all down. We're the only party of building it up.
Well, everyone involved in these elections probably could do with a cup of coffee just about right now. The big question, of course, is where is it all going to end up, particularly here in Downing Street? There are some of Keir Starmer's own MPs, maybe a dozen or so, saying publicly tonight that he's got to pull his socks up or else. There's no way he can stick around forever and take Labour into the next general election. But all along, his allies have been making it clear he's got no intention of going anywhere at all. And there's no one politician in the Labour Party who's coming out there saying, it's my time, give me the job. It doesn't feel yet like the lid is about to blow off the Labour Party, but it's certainly simmering and boiling away. It's not a happy place. The government is not a happy ship. And millions of your votes have told Number 10 that the public is deeply unimpressed. Nowhere more so, perhaps, than in Wales, where a whole 100 years of Labour domination is at an end. Clive.
Yeah, hello to you, Laura. On a day of political drama for the ages, there is, I would say, probably no one alive who remembers a time when Labour were not all conquering in major elections across this country. Well, now, after a string of stunning victories, the Independence Party, Plaid Cymru, have won the most seats in the Senedd, just behind me here, transforming the political landscape. Wales has only ever known Labour First Ministers. The party has dominated the political conversation. This is the land of giants like Keir Hardie and Aneurin Bevan. Well, now Labour are out, squeezed on the left by Plaid and on the right by Reform UK, a political pincer movement. And to make a dreadful day even worse for Labour, their leader, the First Minister, Eluned Morgan, has lost her own seat and stepped down as head of the party. Well, there were 96 seats that were up for election, with one party needing 49 to win a majority. And here are the results so far. Coming up there, you have got Plaid Cymru out ahead, followed by Reform, and then you have Labour trailing in, limping in, frankly, a distant third. Well, Baroness Morgan says she takes full responsibility for Labour's disastrous results.
Whilst Labour has today suffered a catastrophic result, it ends a century of Labour winning in Wales, and the party will need to take a really hard look at itself and understand the depth of the challenge that we face. I've lost my seat here in Ceredigion-Pembroke, and I will be stepping down as leader of Welsh Labour. I take responsibility for the Labour result in Wales.
Just to recap the final totals there, Plaid Cymru, 43 seats, Reform with 34. Remember, at the beginning of this day, Reform did not have any elected members of the Senedd. Today, they've managed to nab 34. Labour on 9, the Conservatives on 7, the Greens getting their first 2 members of the Senedd as well on 2. And the Liberal Democrats at the end there with 1. Well, with Plaid Cymru now the largest party here, its leader, Rhun ap Iorwerth, declared he's ready for serve.
Today, it has become clear that Wales demanded that change of leadership, and I look forward to saying more about this later as the full picture becomes complete. My sense of service to my community and my belief in our nation drives me every single day, and Plaid Cymru is ready to serve.
We've talked about Plaid. What about Reform? Dan Thomas became the first member of Reform UK elected to the Welsh Parliament. As leader of the party, he now leads the official opposition.
For decades, the Welsh valleys and cities such as Islwyn and Newport have been ignored, let down and forgotten by the old parties of Wales. Today, the people have spoken, and now in Reform, they finally have a voice. You will not be ignored, you will not be sidelined, you will not be called named. From now on, you will be represented by Reform.
Well, Hywel Griffith, our political correspondent, Wales correspondent, on top of that, everything, frankly, over the last couple of days is with us. I mean, no one has ever seen anything like this. Essentially, Labour and the Conservatives have been replaced by Plaid and Reform after over a quarter of a century of devolved government and much longer in the life of this land.
Absolutely, Clive. I mean, some people tell you that two-party politics is dead. Well, maybe in Wales it's just been totally recast in different colours, because when this place reconvenes next week, it will be dominated by the green of Plaid Cymru and the turquoise of Reform. Labour, as you've said, the party which has dominated Welsh politics, not just for the quarter of a century I've been covering it, but for a century, beyond the lifetime of most people here. They will have 9 seats in a 96-seat Senedd. Labour, the party who wanted this expanded Senedd because they wanted greater scrutiny, assuming probably they would be the government in the focus. But where do they go from here? I mean, you talk about such low numbers, they're leaderless, they have no one at the moment who's going to take them out of this problem. They have to repair the conversation, repair the relationship with the people of Wales, with Westminster. I mean, arguably, this is a two-parliament problem they face before they can even consider coming back into government.
Yeah, what a day it's been. Thank you, Hywel Griffith there. Now for the picture in Scotland, here's Kirsty.
Here in Edinburgh, the sun will soon be setting after another momentous day in Scottish politics. We're awaiting the last of the constituency results. Then it's the 56 next MSPs who will be elected via the party list. But the day began in Orkney when 2 hours ahead of schedule, the Liberal Democrats were safely returned. But then in Shetland, they lost to the SNP, a seat that has been Liberal since 1950. Then happy but humble John Swinney, who spoke to the cameras after winning in Perthshire, but there was no tub thumping about an early independence referendum. And then joy for the Scottish Greens when their former co-leader, Lorna Slater, claimed victory over Angus Robertson, quickly followed by a decisive win for Holly Bruce in Nicola Sturgeon's former constituency. So where does all this leave Labour in Scotland? Leader Anna Sawar called for the immediate removal of Keir Starmer in February. He's likely to get in the list, but made it clear today that his party is hurting, and they lost the battle for change. As for Reform, their presence in Scottish Parliament will depend entirely on how the electorate voted on the Peach PR ballot. I'm joined now by our Scotland editor, James Cook. On these results, are we likely to see an Indie Ref 2 anytime soon?
No, I think it's fair to say there's not going to be a second referendum on Scottish independence anytime soon. John Swinney himself said repeatedly during the campaign that the bar that he had set himself was 65 seats, a majority for the SNP, and that, he said, would be a mandate for him to go to Westminster, which has the power to allow a referendum on independence, according to the UK Supreme Court, and try to have another referendum. So I don't think there's going to be another referendum anytime soon. Has he given up on the idea? Absolutely not. He's campaigned for it his entire life. I was just talking to him a few minutes ago and putting some of these questions to him. He was quite coy on this point.
Well, let's hear what he had to say.
During this election campaign, that I would devote my life to the service of this country, and I'm profoundly grateful to the people of Scotland for indicating that they wish that to continue in the years to come. I will simply do all that I possibly can do to make Scotland a successful country and to improve the lives of the people of our country, and I look forward to doing that in the next Scottish parliamentary term.
We argued the case for change, made the argument for change, but ultimately it's an argument we lost. But I want to say thank you to our fantastic candidates, our activists, and all those people right across the country who vote for us and voted for us in this election.
Do you blame the Prime Minister?
Look, throughout this election campaign, I have tried to make this election about Scotland. I'm not going to change that today. Is there a national wave, though, that we tried to overcome but failed to do so? Yes, but right now my focus is on what this election means for Scotland.
Should he take responsibility? Does he need to take responsibility?
I said what I said back in February, and I stand by that, but I'm going to focus on what this means for my party here in Scotland.
I'm going to focus on what this means. He'll get in on the list. What do you think the chances are that Anas Sarwar is going to see this through to the next election?
I think it's a really good question, because he is saying there, my party is hurting and I need to help in that process. I spoke to a senior Labour Party figure a few weeks ago who said to me, he's not hanging around if he loses. I don't know that for a fact, but that was one person. But that was one person's opinion as to how he would react.
If Keir Starmer was to go straight away,
well, exactly, and then would that vindicate his strategy of calling for the Prime Minister to resign? Say, look, I told you so. It's not my fault. It's his.
James Cooks, thanks very much, Sophie.
Kirsty, thank you. Well, the elections in Scotland and Wales were for the national parliaments. In England, they were for some, but not all councils. So we don't know how the whole of England would have voted. But Professor Sir John Curtice has a very clever way of working it all out. It is called the projected national share, and it is for the whole of Britain. He's here with us to tell us. The first time we've heard it. What is it?
Well, we have Reform running first at 26%. We then have 4 other parties that are frankly very, very difficult to separate, but we reckon the Greens were perhaps a nose ahead on 18%. We then have both Labour and the Conservatives at 17%, and the Liberal Democrats not very far behind on 16%. The 2 key points to make. Number one is this is confirmation that Britain's politics is now more fragmented than it ever has been. We've got 5 parties who've got between 16 and 26% of the vote. Secondly, the Greens, this is their best ever performance, not surprising in the wake of their rise in the recent polls. But while Reform have done well, that 26% figure does compare with 30% in the local elections last year. So the message of the polls that support for Reform is perhaps down a bit on 12 months ago does all seem to be confirmed by the results.
And fascinating seeing the traditional duopoly, Labour and Conservatives, sandwiched there between Reform Green on one side and Lib Dems on the other.
Yeah, of course. The polls have been telling us that Conservative and Labour no longer dominate the affections of the electorate, and that's clearly been true in the way in which people mark their ballot papers. I mean, of course, obviously, not just have we seen what's happened in England, but that result in Wales is particularly spectacularly bad for Labour.
Professor Sir John Curtice, thank you very much for that. Let's go to Westminster. Our political editor, Chris Mason, is there. And fascinating to see the fragmentation, as Sir John is talking about there. And the big question is going to be, of course, what all this means for the Prime Minister. Where does it all leave Sir Keir Starmer?
Yeah, absolutely. Fragmentation and volatility, multi-party politics, winners with the SNP in Scotland, Plaid in Wales, the cheers from the Greens and Reform, Labour and the Conservatives both seeming shrivelled. And then, yes, these questions about the Prime Minister's future. By our count, around about a dozen Labour MPs just today have come out and said variations of that the Prime Minister's future in Downing Street should be limited. Quite a few of them suggesting that he should set out some sort of timetable to mark his potential departure. Some saying it with more gusto than others. There's a context to that. The context, at least for some, is Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester. He's not an MP. You can't run to be Labour leader unless you're an MP. He's had a crack at coming back to Westminster. It was blocked by the party. In other words, he would need time in order to come back. And then in the last hour or so, we've seen a coordinated blitz of social media messages from cabinet ministers and other ministers professing their loyalty to the Prime Minister and insisting he should stay in his post. Now, that is not normal. It has happened before. It happened a couple of months ago when Anas Sarwar, the Labour leader in Scotland, suggested the Prime Minister should resign, and there was a blitz of cabinet ministers doing the supportive thing. They're doing it again tonight, which gives you some sense of the anxiety in Downing Street about the mood of the party. We're keeping an eye on those cabinet ministers who have tweeted support and those that haven't. Now, it may be that those who haven't are having their tea or having a haircut or whatever, or who knows. But anyway, amongst those who are yet, at least the last time I checked, to have put their support out on social media. Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary, Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood. So we watch with intrigue to see if their endorsements follow in time. There is no doubt this has been a very bumpy, very uncomfortable day for the Prime Minister in particular, the government in general, and a lot of soul searching for them about, well, frankly, what on earth they do next to try and seek out some popularity, because at the moment they simply don't have it.
Chris Mason, our political editor in Westminster, thank you. Well, there is a special question time programme which begins here on BBC One in just a few moments' time. Fiona Bruce will be leading that. She's here to tell us more.
We have a special question time tonight to reflect what is an undeniably dramatic shift in British politics. 7 parties are now firmly on the map. We will have them all represented here tonight, plus the journalist and broadcaster Piers Morgan. And of course, it is our audience's first chance to put their questions and their responses to what has happened today. Let's hear what they've got to say. That's Question Time right here on BBC One, live at 7:30.
Well, don't miss that later on. It might be quite a programme with some of the politicians celebrating, some of the politicians commiserating with their own parties, and Labour politicians trying to explain what has gone wrong and what they might do next to try to climb out of this hole. You know, sometimes there are elections that come round when you hear people say, well, my vote doesn't really make a difference. It doesn't really matter. Nothing really changes. I reckon when we look back at May 2026, that is not going to be one of those occasions. We're going to see a new government in Wales, as we've heard from Clive. The SNP is going to stay in power in Scotland, but they probably won't be able to have that other independence referendum vote that they were after. But it's in England where the Labour Party is now under intense pressure. And that argument that's been bubbling around for many, many months is definitively back. Huge pressure on Keir Starmer to show whether or not he can pull his socks up, perform better in the polls, get the country back on side, or if not, maybe, just maybe, some of his colleagues might decide that time is up. It does feel right now, the next general election is a long way away, but at this moment in time, it feels that Keir Starmer may well be on borrowed time because of unhappiness in his own party. It has been an incredible set of elections and contests. Of course, our colleagues across the BBC will be with you with every twist and turn of this story as it continues to evolve and surprise, delight or disappoint in the next couple of days. Who knows what will have happened by the time I see you on Sunday morning here on BBC One. And as we say goodbye, let's leave you with some of the memorable sights and sounds of election 2026.
So I hereby declare that Kevin Gill, Sean McMahon and Maggie Thurmer-Stockley have been duly elected as councillors for Highlands and Harrow Lodge Ward.
Samita Kumar, Scottish National Party, 11,727.
You two worked very, very closely together for quite some time, didn't you? This is the first time that we have you reunited.
Yeah.
This is the first time you've spoken, sitting here.
Rob has not spoken to me since he left the Conservative Party in the way that he did, and I considered us to be very good friends, and so it has been a great personal loss for me as well as a professional one.
Thanks to Sophie and Laura. You're back with our continuing coverage of election 2026. Let me bring you the headlines. Labour's vote collapses across large parts of Britain. Reform UK and Plaid Cymru surge in England and Wales. And in Scotland, the SNP holds on. Humiliation in Wales for the Labour First Minister, Baroness Eluned Morgan. She resigns after losing her seat, and Labour loses control of the Senedd for the first time since devolution. In Scotland, the SNP are on course to win an historic fifth election, but they will fall short of a majority. Reform UK wins hundreds of council seats in what were Labour strongholds, prompting calls for the Prime Minister to stand down. Sir Keir Starmer says he will fight on. Plenty of counts still going on, and a reminder we'll take you to some of those live as and when they return the votes. Let me show you what we've discovered in the last hour. We've seen some more gains and losses in England's local elections, with around 27 declarations still to go, I think. But there are the Reform gains that we've seen. So Barnsley, Gateshead, St Helens, South Tyneside among that list there. They're all recent gains for Reform from Labour. I can also tell you that Labour has lost Leeds, Swindon and Milton Keynes to no overall control. And the Conservatives have lost control of West Sussex and also Solihull. Yorkshire's a big area for Labour. They won 41 MPs in Yorkshire at the last general election in 2024. So they'll be looking at the likes of Barnsley very closely. Big disappointment from them there. Let's have a look at the final result in the Senedd. This is a final result. It's not a projection. So you'll see that Plaid Cymru returned as the biggest party, bringing an end to Labour's decades-long dominance of the politics there. So they will be out in front, 43. Rhys Iorwerth, we would think, will become the new First Minister. You can see their Reform on 34, Labour on 9, Conservatives on 7. I can show you a projection for the constituency seats in Scotland. There's 73 of them. Remember, you need to add to that another 56 which are on the party list. But this, for the constituency seat, shows you that the SNP will get a maximum of 63 on our projection. Lib Dems 5, Labour just 4. We'll get the view of Nick Watt on that in just a second, but just 4 in Scotland on the constituency seats after such a good performance at the general election. The Conservatives handing most of their seats. Remember, they were the biggest party in the Scottish Parliament in 2021. It looks like they're going to be handing a lot of those seats over to Reform. Let me show you as well the national share. Now, this is from John Curtis. It's a projected national share. He's basically worked out the maths of what this would mean across the country from local elections. Not an easy calculation to do, but he puts Reform nationally on 26% of the share. The Greens on 18%, Labour and the Conservatives together, and the Liberal Democrats on 16. We'll maybe talk about that share of 26% below 30%, which, well, above 30%, you could see a path for Reform to have a majority in the House of Commons. Newsnight political editor Nick Watt has joined us. Joe Twyman is back with us from Delta Poll. Welcome to you both. Just on that national vote share for a second, let me pick that up since it's fresh in our mind. 26% vote share, what would that mean? If you were to, there's an awful long way between now and the next general election, but if you were to extrapolate that as John Curtis has done, what would that mean in the House of Commons?
Well, the first thing I should say, Christian, is I'm sitting next to an eminent pollster. Therefore, I need to speak with precision and be careful.
Quite so.
So let's just define what that projected national share is. That's done by the very clever people in this building, led by John Curtis. And what that is saying is that were council elections to take place across the whole of Great Britain, they believe that the results today across Great Britain in a nationwide council election which didn't take place because there are only council elections in England, then the figures would have been, as you say, Reform out in front on 26%. So that is not a projection of what would happen in a Westminster election, but it gives you an idea. So an example about being careful about saying, oh, that translates into Westminster.
Huge caveats
is
around
that generally the Lib Dems do better in council elections than they would do in a general election. But what that does show is Reform decisively out in front, a little bit behind where they were last year. And there are some projections, and Joe will be able to talk about this much more authoritatively doing the rounds today, that is saying that were there a general election now, and it's not now, 2 or 3 years' time, Reform UK would be the largest party by a substantial margin, but they would not have a majority. And it's not that long ago that we had these so-called MRP polls. They're the ones that are a really granular examination of what's happening in constituencies that were suggesting that Reform UK would have a majority. And this opens up the big debate. We've seen a lot of turquoise today. We've seen Reform UK succeeding in all parts of Great Britain. But have we reached peak Reform, even though it's looked really good today for them?
Joe?
Well, we have seen Reform doing very well across many parts of Britain, but where they haven't done as well is in those areas that were leaning towards Remain in the Brexit referendum. Now, many of the audience will be saying, oh, why are we still talking about Brexit? Because Brexit represented much more than Britain's relationship with the European Union. And so the people for whom that was an important issue are leaning towards Reform. But that is not enough on its own to win the kind of number of seats that you would need for a majority. Having said that, the fact that all of the parties behind Reform are relatively close means the electoral system could get very, very complicated. It's perfectly possible that you could have seats in Westminster elections next time around where 4, 5, perhaps even 6 parties are all contesting it. Now, traditionally, you would expect the winning party to get 30, 40, 50% of the vote in constituencies. But with these kind of numbers, it's perfectly possible that you could win in a constituency on 26% of the vote. So a lot of complexity to deal with.
Well, I mean, what you can say about when you take it back to the referendum is that the Conservatives don't get any credit as the party that delivered Brexit. And here is a question about chasing the Reform vote. They lost Essex, where they have some of the those on the right of the Conservative Party. I think Priti Patel, Mark Francois, Kemi Badenoch.
6 members of the Shadow Cabinet are Essex
MPs. And they have set out policies which they think will appeal to Reform voters, and yet they've been trounced in Essex today. So what lesson is there in that for Kemi Badenoch when she thinks about how she responds to this?
But I think Joe phrases it very carefully. Joe is not saying that because you voted Brexit, that's why you want to go and vote Reform. What it is that the Leave vote is a very, very nice base upon which Reform UK can build, and those voters are not necessarily saying, well, I'm not happy with the way that Theresa May arranged the Brexit negotiations. Those would tend to be voters that feel very disenchanted with the established party.
But the point,
and the Conservatives were in government so recently, it's taking them time to get over that legacy. But the point
politically I'm trying to make, and Ruth Davidson was making this point, I think Gavin Barwell made it, the former Chief of Staff at Number 10 for Theresa May, he made it overnight, is that we talked about Labour being pulled more to the left as they try to respond to the battle with the Greens on the left. And their view was, Ruth Davidson and Gavin Barwell's view was, that leaves a yawning gap through the centre, and yet Conservatives are going the other way.
We're talking about things in terms of left and right, because that's the way we've so often talked about things in this country. But increasingly, it's not about left with a capital L and right with a capital R. Instead, it's about establishment parties and challenger parties. You just have to go back to the Gorton and Denton by-election. Now, you can read a lot into by-elections, and we have to be very careful with that as well. But at that by-election, Labour, Conservative and Lib Dems combined received less than 20% of the vote. That kind of collapse for any party that's been anywhere near government in the last 100 years is an indication of the dissatisfaction, distrust and disapproval that so many of the electorate now have, not just towards the government, but to the political process and the established political parties in general.
And Welsh Labour's Eleanor Morgan
outgoing, made that very point in that sombre speech she's just given in Llandudno a short time ago. She said the two-party duopoly is dead.
And she took full responsibility for that result, as she announced, obviously no longer a member of the Senate, that she'd no longer be leader of the Welsh Labour Party. And the interesting thing is what is the effect of that speech at a GB-wide level? What is the effect of that speech on Keir Starmer? Keir Starmer made a point of talking to Eluned Morgan in the last few hours. But I mean, it's quite interesting.
Well, I can nearly count on two hands how many seats in the Senate and the Scottish Parliament Labour have. In fact, they've 13. Right, 13 seats on our projections. I mean, you might get a few more on the party list.
Well, don't forget that you're talking about the 73 constituency
but I'm talking about
but
constituency seats at the moment that they've got.
Yeah, but there's 56 regional seats yet to come.
I appreciate that, but it's still a disastrous performance.
Well, I mean, Labour is, you know, there are historic challenges for the Labour Party in Scotland, and they are performing above expectations in Scotland. It's not great. The SNP are ahead. But I mean, we do need to wait for the regional list, the Peach list.
Because you think that will change the picture on our projections?
Well, it's a 129-seat parliament. It is designed to balance out the vote, and that's what that regional list does.
What about the response from Number 10 to this? I mean, we're sort of racing on to the King's speech on Wednesday. As Chris Mason was just telling us, there are cabinet ministers who've come out. Interestingly, 3 names who haven't come out: Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood, in support of the Prime Minister. What do you think the conversation is going to be over the weekend?
Well, in the last few hours, as you say, we've been experiencing a tweetathon. And in the tweetathon, you've had lots of cabinet ministers coming out and saying almost identical things. Let's not be inward looking. Let's stick with Keir Starmer. And as you say, there's a few cabinet ministers that haven't yet done that. Why are they doing that? Well, there was obviously what might describe as a bit of an operation earlier in the day, where you saw MPs from the campaign group, that's on the left, and the Tribune group, that's the soft left, saying, not get out of Downing Street, Keir Starmer, but certainly saying time to sort of think of your future, think of setting out a timetable for your departure. It looks where we are at the moment that there's that big operation to shore him up. In terms of the candidates who might want to replace him, because that's what you need, is somebody to stand up. Well, Wes Streeting is making clear he supports the Prime Minister, although we haven't seen a tweet from him. Andy Burnham's not doing any media this weekend, and interestingly, silence from Angela Rayner. But one of the people who tweeted unfavourably towards Keir Starmer was Annalisa Midgley, who is a big Angela Rayner person.
Not good results for Labour in Tameside, where Angela Rayner is. Apparently tonight she's ringing round councillors who've lost their seats, so that's why she's busy tonight. What about Andy Burnham? On these results, as many people have said today, you wouldn't put your house on him winning a by-election, would you?
It's all a risk. It all represents a risk. What there isn't is an obvious candidate, the like of which they had with Gordon Brown back in 2007, or indeed that the Conservatives had with Boris Johnson at various points. And each of the names that's talked about has an issue one way or the other. Andy Burnham does not have a seat in Westminster. Angela Rayner has issues with her tax that's still unresolved. Wes Streeting has a very narrow majority. And so, yes, there might be a timetable, but that doesn't provide actually a solution to the problem that you have. And whoever comes in will be limited in the kind of levers they have available to bring about actual change that the public will perceive as being positive.
Nigel Farage has just popped up in Essex, which was a huge game for Reform. Let's have a listen.
Reform have literally crushed the Labour Party. Sort of the classic result is Labour down 35%, Reform up 37%. A direct switch from Labour voters to us, and historic in its significance.
Reform hasn't been that successful, though, in London. Are you at all disappointed by the results in London?
London's not quite ready for us yet. London's a different country. London's the last place in the country where the Conservatives and Labour Party feel quite secure. It's almost like London is a completely different place.
Have you given up on London?
No, I haven't given up on it. Look, we've won Havering. You know, we've won a council with a majority. We've got a lot more work to do in London.
Can you guarantee that you won't accept any more Conservatives into your party, like you said you wouldn't?
Oh, no more Tories anymore. Done. Done. They had up until the 7th of May. We got a handful of them, which has brought some much needed experience into the party. That's the end of it.
Great, thank you very much. Now we're going to do a GB News interview.
Well, there you go. Nigel Farage in Chelmsford in Essex. It's been Conservative since 1973, bar a couple of times when it was under no control. The majority was 25 and Reform won 53 of the seats. The Conservatives just 13. So they now have a majority of 29 in Essex. And as we were discussing, that is, of course, Kemi Badenoch's backyard. There are some very big characters from the Conservative Party there. There's the change. It's almost a direct swap from the Conservatives to Reform. He's flying around, Nigel Farage, in his helicopter. He's trying to get everywhere today. There's a very interesting conversation going on, I think, among some of those on the right of the Conservative Party about how they react to this. I was listening to Jacob Rees-Mogg today, who says, unite the right. You won't hear many Reform candidates saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the set of the election programme with Sophie Rayworth, and we sort of jointly interviewed Jacob Rees-Mogg on that, and he made the point that he always makes, which is he is not defecting to Reform UK, but he believes that his party must have some sort of arrangement with them, and Joe will know this. He talks about the coupon election. That was the 1918 election where you could sort of have a coupon and say you are supporting the National Party. You'll know their history better than me. And he wants to do that sort of thing. But Kemi Badenoch, even though she'll look at her backyard in Essex, is absolutely clear. She says, I will not do a deal with Reform UK. Why would I do a deal with a party that wants to destroy my party? But I do know at Westminster there will be some Conservative MPs, usually the older generation, who are a bit nervous about the next election, which may be their last election, who will be saying to Kemi Badenoch, we need to come to some sort of arrangement with Reform UK.
I mean, the green shoots. So I was making the point with Nick earlier in the week that Kemi Badenoch's approval ratings are actually better than the Conservative Party's approval ratings. But the legacy is there. And she would say, look, that's what we've been battling all along, but look where we've made some progress in Westminster and Wandsworth. We're starting to win back those Tory blue seats. Do you see any evidence, Joe, of a recovery?
Well, local elections are always unusual in many weird and wonderful ways. And if you're, whichever party you are, you can always say, well, I think the fact that little Dunny on the Wold has gone to no overall control is a clear sign that I'm the best person to lead the party into the next election. Because of course they do, because you wouldn't expect them to turn around and say, yeah, you know what, we really are in trouble, let's hang up our boots and go home. So we do see these mentions, but there is some evidence that yes, Kemi Badenoch is improving her own personal position. That yes, they are winning in places like Wandsworth and Westminster, but that is an improvement on what was a terrible situation. So in a sense, they are not doing well. They are simply doing not as incredibly badly as before. And as a slogan, not nearly as incredibly bad as before is not a great winning strategy. When it comes to some sort of association, linkage, however you want to characterise it, with Reform, I agree with Nick that the likelihood of that happening officially is very unlikely. But I do wonder whether up and down the country, the kind of conversations in what used to be smoke-filled rooms, I wonder whether those are carrying on behind the scenes in a way that perhaps we're not aware of.
Do you know what's interesting about that? Because what some Conservatives are saying, well, why don't we do with Reform what Labour do with the Liberal Democrats? But the point is, Labour and the Liberal Democrats don't need to do any pacts because they are battling different seats, whereas Reform and the Conservatives are battling the same seats. So it would have to be going through seat by seat. It would have to be some sort of formal arrangement.
And the Conservatives are negotiating from a point of enormous weakness.
Let me show you the state of the parties in Scotland. You will notice something different about the list I'm about to show you, and it's there at the bottom. Reform UK have picked up 5 seats. That's in the list system that Nick was telling you about. There are 56 seats awarded through the additional member system, separate to the 73 constituency seats. So now you see that Reform UK have 5. I know that Duncan Massey and Mark Simpson of the Reform Party are 2 of them. Malcolm Offord, you would think he would be part of that, would you?
The leader of Reform UK in Scotland.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's so small I can't read it.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the figures are. But are you saying Reform UK have got five regional?
Five regional
right.
seats.
Yeah.
So they
yeah.
do have,
yeah.
for the first time, they are represented in the Scottish Parliament.
And that is a big moment for them. But there was a perception that maybe they would be performing more strongly than that. But yeah, presence in the
much bigger presence in the Welsh Senedd, the second biggest party in Wales. But making progress in the devolved parliaments, Nigel Farage would say, and taking votes in the north of England, as he's just been saying, from Labour. Now, I want to talk to you about the number of councils that have gone to no overall control. We're a multi-party system, as you've explained. How much more difficult is it for voters to get the action, the change that they have voted for, when you have two parties that perhaps might be the biggest parties in a council from opposite sides of the political track?
Well, of course, the reality is many people will be voting, if not exclusively, then largely on national issues. And the reality they face is that the majority that the Labour government has is exactly the same today as it was yesterday, and it will be the same tomorrow in Westminster. And Westminster controls so much of local government that the opportunities for change are difficult to begin with. And then when you factor in the fact that that you have no overall control, that you have parties competing against one another that may be ideologically opposed, it just gets more and more difficult. The advantage that you have if you're in that situation is you can blame the other side. Whereas if you have majority control, it's more difficult to do that.
We haven't really talked about the Greens, and I want to just sort of focus in on how well they have done. So the Green gains Hastings from no overall control. These are the councils. Waltham Forest, they won. They've also, of course, picked up 2 mayors. So for the first time, they have elected mayors. These are the council gains, and Norwich as well. Norwich, Hastings, Waltham Forest. Do you think Zach Polanski will look at these results, Nick, and think that they can build on that?
Absolutely, and he's done a video already hailing these results. And interestingly, John Curtis, and we go back to that projected national share, which has the Greens on 18%, he says that is their best ever performance. And getting those 2 mayoralties in Hackney, you know, that is a big deal. Now, look, there's been
Hackney and Lewisham with the 2 mayors.
There's been quite a lot of controversy around Zach Polanski, his response to the Golders Green attack. And there are some older members of the Green Party of England and Wales who are saying, I thought we were a party about climate and social justice. We're hearing about social justice, not so much about climate, but an awful lot about Gaza. There is a controversy around that. But, you know, Zach Polanski has delivered a really good result. Best ever, says John Curtis.
Yeah, let me just sum up for you those 6 mayoral contests in England, most of them in London. Success for Greens in 2. We've just seen those, Hackney and Lewisham, both formerly Labour. Newham, the party actually came in 3rd behind the winners, Labour, and the Newham Independents, who was 2nd. The Conservatives held Croydon. Lutfar Rahman of Aspire was re-elected in Tower Hamlets. Interesting. Come back to that in a second. And the Lib Dems held Watford. That one, Lutfar Rahman, was an extraordinary political comeback some years ago.
Yes.
And he's held on.
Yeah, but he has quite a base in Tower Hamlets. So I'm not sure that was the world's biggest surprise.
Yeah, I wouldn't characterise that as the biggest story of what it shows is the ability of a well-organised team to continue to get their votes turn out.
Yeah, not the case though for the Newham Independents, who were campaigning on Gaza, which is an interesting issue. Maybe we should touch on, and parking in Newham, which was a local issue. But that issue of coming back to Zach Polanski, there's been criticism. I think there was a councillor in Norfolk who said he was appalled at the way Zach Polanski was taking the party and resigned there. He built up, I think, South Norfolk as the Green Party in South Norfolk. He doesn't like the direction the party going, and there's been criticism of him, Nick, and the way that he's opened arms to people who were kicked out of the Labour Party.
Yeah, I mean, there has definitely been voices from sort of older generation, more established Greens who would be motivated by climate who are saying this is not the Green Party that I identified with.
Because if you look at the manifesto in Hackney, it was actually bottom of the list.
Yeah, and that it has been controversial. I mean, interestingly, there was a More in Common poll we were talking about it the other day that showed that Zach Polansky's net favourability ratings, his personal ones, went down by 14 points in 1 week after his response to the Golders Green attack. But as John Curtis pointed out, the Green vote went down by 1 point. In other words, it seemed to have no impact on the Green vote.
The Gaza issue, do you think that's been a problem for Labour up and down the country?
Not up and down the country, no, because in most areas of the country it plays into broad narratives that people have about Keir Starmer's abilities, but it's not an important issue for people and their families. But in specific areas of the country, particularly in areas of North London and East London as well as other areas, yes, it is an important issue, and it's enough to motivate people in one direction, or I should say, the other. But it's the kind of thing that Zach Polansky has done a good job of dealing with up to a point, but then things started to fall apart. But as you say, it doesn't seem to have affected the overall party's rating. What will be interesting to see is the direction of travel from here on in.
We haven't talked about the Liberal Democrats, but we will. Because they plod onwards, their 8th successive year of gains in local government, which Sir Ed Davey is very pleased with, but there are some question marks about where they didn't do quite well and whether they should have picked up more councils than the ones that they did. Good gain, though, for them in Scotland tonight, which we'll maybe talk about in the next hour. Nick Watt, thank you very much indeed. Jay Twyman, a real pleasure to have you alongside. You are watching BBC News. The headlines are coming up. Live from London, this is BBC News. Labour's vote collapses across large parts of Britain. Reform UK and Plaid Cymru surge in England and Wales. In Scotland, the SNP holds on. Humiliation in Wales for Labour's First Minister Baroness Eluned Morgan. She resigns after losing her seat, and Labour loses control of the Senedd for the first time since devolution. In Scotland, the SNP are on course to win an historic fifth election in a row, but they will fall short of a majority. Meanwhile, Reform UK win their first Scottish Parliament seats. Reform UK wins hundreds of council seats in what were Labour strongholds across England, prompting calls for the Prime Minister to stand down. Sir Keir Starmer says he will fight on. Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. Welcome to our continuing election coverage. We have still a busy night ahead of us. Lots of counts still to come in. Declarations being made all the time. Still in England, in local governments, and also in Scotland. Huge change in Wales, which we will get to. If you are just joining us, let me give you some of the main headlines so far. A very difficult day, as we've been saying, for Labour right across England. They've lost over half of the seats they've been trying to defend. This is the scoreboard as it currently stands, with Reform now up around 1,300. That's with around 70% of the seats declared. This is the BBC predicted national vote share for the various parties, calculated by our polling expert Sir John Curtice. We'll speak to him very shortly. Reform there on 26%, the Greens 18%, Labour and the Conservatives on 17% each, the Liberal Democrats on 16%. I'll explain that to you very shortly, or John will. Among the losses for Labour, Preston, Blackburn and Darwen, Exeter, Hartlepool, Tamworth, Tameside, Southampton. The party is seeing its worst results in Manchester for 60 years. Birmingham, England's largest council, no overall control. There are Labour seats there going everywhere to Reform, Greens, the Lib Dems, the Tories, the Independents. And what a story in Wales. Once the heart and soul of the party, think Bevan, Griffiths, Kinnock, the leading lights of the Labour movement. And yet tonight, the results show the party that has ruled since devolution will be reduced to just 9 of the 96 seats in the Senedd, behind Plaid Cymru, the biggest party, and behind Reform. The Welsh First Minister Eluned Morgan has failed to get elected to the Senedd. She makes history, becoming the first leader of a government in the UK to lose a seat while in office. It is only marginally better for the Conservatives. They're losing around 2 in 5 of the seats they were contesting, says John. That's down more than 460 seats. They were decimated in Essex, where the party leader Kemi Badenoch has her Westminster seat. They lost control to Reform, who gained 52 seats. The Tories lost 41 in Essex. Same story in Suffolk, where Reform picked up 41, 40 of them a straight pick-up from the Conservatives. Reform and Nigel Farage, who I think we're going to hear from very shortly, they no doubt are the big winners in England, Scotland and Wales. They've already gained well over 1,300 seats. What about the Greens? Hackney and Lewisham have elected Green mayors. That's the first mayors the Greens have ever won. The Greens also took 3 councils actually, Norwich and Waltham Forest being 2 of them, and they won their first constituency seats in the Scottish and Welsh parliaments. Steady progress for Sir Ed Davey and the Liberal Democrats, still building, as they tend to do in local elections. This is their 8th consecutive year of gains in English local authorities. They've done well in Scotland too. But their vote share is down in some parts. And in the Scottish election, they lost the Shetland Islands. Last time they were represented by anyone other than the Liberals or the Liberal Democrats in the Scottish Parliament was in 1950. Well, that's in Westminster as well, of course. It looks likely that the Nationalists, Plaid Cymru in Wales and the SNP in Scotland will be in power. Let me just show you the tally then. This is the forecast that we have, the latest one for Scotland. This is just the constituency seats at the moment. Oh no, it is total, I'm being told. So it does involve some of the party list. That's what we're projecting at the moment. But let's bring in Sir John Curtice, because he's looking at the figures in front of me and probably has a better idea of what's happening with the party list system in Scotland. We know roughly what the constituency seats are delivered. John, what are you seeing?
Well, the truth is the Greens have done remarkably well on the list. They, of course, basically specialise on the list, and we're effectively anticipating that they will end up with about 14% of the list vote, which will be a record share, and that as a result they're going to end up between about 14 and 16 seats. So most, although they've got the 2 constituencies, they're also likely to get a dozen or so list seats. What I think is still uncertain, but we've kind of chanced our arm a bit, is whether it's going to be Reform or Labour that comes second, because it's going to be on the list vote and how the seats get allocated that's going to determine the answer to that question. So far as the share of the vote's concerned, we have Reform slightly ahead, but when it comes to seats, we more or less have the 2 of them dead heat. In other words, we're admitting we don't know. Right. Otherwise, it looks as though the Conservatives are then coming next. The Liberal Democrats, although in a better position than the last election, are trailing up the rear. But the crucial point to note is that the SNP, with just 37% of the vote, are expected to get, when all the constituencies are declared, there are 3 to declare, to get 58 of the 129 seats. So they will still end up with more than their proportionate share, because there just aren't enough list seats to overcome the very substantial disproportionality.
And how would you characterise that SNP result, John?
Well, on the one hand, one could say that, you know, this is remarkable that a government that's been in power for 20 years has managed to get itself re-elected. On the other hand, one would also say that, for example, on the list vote, this is going to be the SNP's lowest share of the vote since 2003, and that even on the constituency vote, it's 10 points down on where it was back in 2021. In other words, the story of the 2024 Westminster election, whereby support for the SNP was well down, that is in some senses replicated here. So why have the SNP still done so well in terms of seats? Well, basically because their opponents have done badly, i.e. that the Labour Party's support is down somewhat, even though they did very badly back in 2021. The Conservative support is basically more or less just halved. The Democrats have made a bit of progress, and that's helped to ensure that the SNP didn't get an overall majority. But Reform, with 16% of the constituency vote, they haven't got any constituency seats. They've had to rely entirely on the list. But that 16% has come mostly from people who voted for either Conservative, Labour or Liberal Democrat in 2024. Very few from the SNP. In other words, the rise of Reform, nothing like as strong as in England, but that rise of Reform has helped to fragment the Unionist vote and has enabled the SNP, with what was still a modest share of the vote, to claim victory.
Can I embark on a bold step in the presence of the guru that is Professor Sir John Curtice and introduce what in the United States they would call some math? So as John is saying, it looks like the SNP are short of the magic 65, so they don't have a majority. Only done that once before in 2011. But if you add the SNP MSPs to the Scottish Green MSPs, it looks like there is once again an independence majority in this Scottish Parliament, which is what you've had in the 2016 and the 2021 Parliament. So the last 2 parliaments you've had that independence majority. And the significance of that is that John Swinney said 2 things in this election campaign. One is give us, the SNP, an emphatic majority so we can go for another independence referendum. But in the closing stages, he said, the first thing I will do after forming an administration as First Minister again is stand up in the Holyrood in the Scottish Parliament and put a vote for what is known as a Section 30 order, which is asking the Scottish Parliament, which will now go through because there is this majority, to ask Westminster to hand over the so-called Section 30 powers for an independence referendum, because matters around the future of the UK are a matter for Westminster. And in 2014, the Westminster Parliament basically handed that power for 2 years. We know what the response from the UK will be: no.
Let's go to Kirsty, who's got Brian Taylor with her. Kirsty, what do you make of that? Does John Swinney, do you think, have a mandate to start that process?
Oh, I think he has got a mandate in terms of arithmetic, but I think he'll be more cautious, and I think Brian would agree, and I don't think that come his swearing in, he will suddenly put a call for a Section 30 on the table. And could just to give you some actual results as opposed to forecasts, We now have from Mid-Scotland and Fife, Edinburgh and Lothian East and North East Scotland list, we have a total of 5 Reform MSPs. That's the first 5 elected Reform MSPs in Scotland, and they will be added to by now 3, 4, 5 Greens from this list, plus the 2 from the constituencies, so 7 Greens. So Brian, what do you make of what we actually have here?
Yeah, it's intriguing. The list's beginning to come through. As you say, we've got 3 of them, 5 Tories, 5 Reform, 5 Labour, and if I can hold on to the wind and not lose my sheet, 5 Green and 1 Liberal Democrat.
Yes.
So there we have. Adding, of course, because the list vote, of course, is a corrective to what is seen as the imbalance from the first past the post system. But I mean, the SNP are winning out the park on first past the post. Out of the 70 constituencies declared so far, they have won 55. Another little tiny thing in the frame. The Conservatives are currently, in terms of totals, actually still second in the Scottish Parliament. Not sure that will last when we get the other 5 regions in, but that's where they are at the present moment.
And as Christian was saying, we still do not yet know whether Reform will push Labour into 3rd place overall.
No, it's not looking enormously likely at the moment, given the voting share. But of course, the second vote is calculated on the basis of a counterpoint to the first, and so we'll have to wait and see how that develops. Another big change that we're expecting, another big element that we're expecting, is the SNP. I think, as John Curtis is saying, will fall short of the 65. Does that mean that they lose the election? Far from it. No. John Swinney, the electoral system for the building behind us there was designed to be a minority system, designed to prevent a party. It was actually the SNP that Labour had in mind, and it was radical. It was designed to involve discussions and cooperation and coalition.
But just to be clear, we still have 3 constituency votes to come in: Inverness and Nairn, Uddingston and Belhill, Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch, and you think there may be a story there?
Yeah, I mean, I think Inverness could be intriguing because Fergus Ewing, former Cabinet Secretary in the SNP government, son of Winnie, a scion of the great Ewing dynasty in the SNP, fell out a bit with the SNP, disliked the pact that they had with the Greens. They disliked the Greens, called them wine bar revolutionaries or wine bar socialists. I can't remember exactly which. But he stood as an independent in Inverness, and what he could do is take away SNP votes, perhaps give the seat to the Liberals. There have been some other things happening in curious outcomes depending upon the balance. The Western Isles, the Daheley and Innan and Ear lost by 150 votes when there was alliance for the liberation of Scotland, took about 159.
So let's talk now about John Swinney's next move and the likelihood of him being sworn in next week.
Again, I think it'll be a week on Tuesday that they'll go to the vote in the Parliament behind there. The various MSPs will gather starting on Monday, taking the oath of allegiance on probably on Tuesday beginning then. All 129 have to be sworn in. They have to take the oath of allegiance. And of course, there were 42 in the previous Parliament that left voluntarily. There's quite a few left involuntarily, but 42 left voluntarily. So there's going to be a big swathe of new faces in the Parliament behind me here. And I think that they will then go, I think, a week on Tuesday for the nomination of the candidate for First Minister. That's a nomination to the King, nomination to the Sovereign. No surprise. There's going to be one name on that list, and that name is going to be John Swinney.
But also, as well as a record 42 standing aside, the gender complexion of the Parliament will change, because it was always designed that there would be many women, and there's actually been on that 42 that have left. The majority, I think I'm right in saying, are women.
We're going to get the most of the women. I think it was 28. I can't remember exactly, but the concern is that the number of women could fall in the new Parliament when we get the final figure, and that will be a source of disquiet to those who argued. I remember in the very earliest days, setting up the Parliament in 1999, the ambition was to have gender balance across the members.
But to the big question about what will happen in terms of Swinney's relationship with other parties. Now, as far as I understand, the only one he's only ruled out talking to is Reform. Will he do this vote by vote, territory by territory?
The thing is to bear in mind again, there are 3 phases in becoming First Minister. It's not a presidential election. You elect the people of Scotland have now elected, or will shortly elect, 129 MSPs.
They then sit together in the Parliament behind me there and elect a member of their number, one of their number, to be nominated to the King as First Minister. But for that First Minister to survive in office, that individual must be able to maintain confidence in the Parliament, and that means cutting deals with the others. So there's a deal for a single day to be elected First Minister, and then there's a continuing set of individual deals on budgets, on legislation, on parliamentary votes that will have to be done with individual parties. My suspicion is that the deal that will elect John Swinney as First Minister would be with the independence-minded Greens, but I think John Swinney would prefer on economic policy, on social policy, to be cutting deals with others. On energy policy particularly. To be cutting deals with others, including perhaps predominantly the Liberal Democrats.
So, of course, what Nick Watt was rightly saying was that during the campaign, he said that what he was going to do was come back and immediately put out a paper on independence.
And I'm sure he will do that. I'm sure he will do that. But he will table a pressure upon the Westminster government. But it isn't really pressure. It isn't. They will say you fell short of the 65. They weren't listening to the 65, for goodness sake. During the campaign, Wes Streeting said they're not getting it, they're not having it. Now, some in Labour felt that was a bit too dismissive, a bit too brusque, but that was the approach taken by the previous Conservative UK government. It's the approach taken by the Labour government. Not the time, not the place, not the right thing to be pursued. Is there a momentum behind independence? It just doesn't feel like it to me. It just doesn't feel. Has John Swinney given up on the ambition of independence? Behave yourself. He yearns for independence. He will push and press for it in every day and in every way he can. But is there a real momentum behind it? I would have said not.
And as we've been speaking, SNP constituency vote, they've held Inverness and Nairn.
Oh, that they will be relieved at that, because the intervention of Fergus Ewing, Mr. Ewing declared about an hour or so ago that he knew he wasn't going to win, but it wasn't clear who was going to take the seat.
In the last minute and a half, let us talk about Anas Sarwar.
Yeah.
Did he misjudge his call for Keir Starmer to go in February, or was it a bold move?
He is adamant, and his team are adamant, that they had no option, because they were going round the doorsteps in the early days of the campaign and they were getting nothing but, see that guy Keir Starmer, I trusted him and he let me down, he let me down, he let me down, he let me down. They were getting that endlessly. So they decided they had to detach the campaign in Scotland from the Britain-wide, UK-wide campaign. They had to detach the party in Scotland from the party in Westminster, from the Prime Minister, because Anas Sarwar said he had to be standing up for the interests of my country, Scotland. Now, that's always been a dilemma for parties advocating the Union when they stand for elections to the Scottish Parliament. They stand against an SNP that say, we put Scotland's interest first, you're always looking over your shoulder.
Briefly, what if he has to reattach himself to Keir Starmer?
I think that will be exceptionally difficult. He would still, I believe, hold to his view that Sir Keir Starmer would go, but then he hasn't had an opportunity to put that point to Sir Keir Starmer recently, because Sir Keir Starmer didn't campaign at all in Scotland during these elections.
And will, in your view, Anas Sarwar stay?
I think it likely at this stage that he will. Jackie Bailey, his deputy, who's maintained her seat in Dumbarton, is saying the party generally requires a period of introspection, but it's up to Mr. Sarwar. He called it as a strategy. It's not the strategy he wanted to do. He did not want to disown the Prime Minister. He felt he had no choice because it was being endlessly raised with them on the doorsteps.
Brian, thank you very much. Over to you, Christian.
Thank you very much, Kirsty. Yes, you were just commenting while we were listening to Brian there about the comments from John Swinney on when you were up there. I think you were up in Glasgow, weren't you, in late April? And when he talked
Sitting
about
next to John Curtis in Pacific Key, the BBC.
We're talking specifically about this Section 30 order.
Yeah, so we did Newsnight broadcast from Glasgow on the 27th of April, and we obviously reported that John Swinney did say that day that if he becomes First Minister, he would put this Section 30 vote before Holyrood, asking Westminster to have the power to hold a referendum. And I obviously checked it out with Scottish Government sources that night, and I said, what's that about? Because I thought he would only do it if it was an emphatic majority, and they were telling me, look, it's a recognition. They predicted there would be a clear independence majority in the Parliament, and it was responding to that the way it was put to me.
Let me just tell you about some updated English councils that have gone to reform in the last hour. There are still 19 left to be declared across England, but in the last hour they've taken 3 councils, 2 from the Labour Party, Wakefield in West Yorkshire, another there in Yorkshire, and Sandwell in the West Midlands. They've also gained control in Walsall, which had formerly held no party majority, so they're in control in Walsall as well. Which brings me Mr. Curtis, to the national share. Now, can we explain for our viewers, first of all, what projected national share is from a local election?
Sure, good question. So the problem one always has with local elections in England is that it's never the case that the whole of England has elections on the same day. So therefore, if you want to be able, and the kinds of places that have elections in any one year can be politically very different from the kinds of places that have elections another year. So that makes comparing how well the parties perform from one year to the next rather difficult. So what we do therefore is we basically statistically model the data for local election voting in the current year and model it in such a way that we are trying to estimate what would have happened in the places that didn't have local elections if those places had behaved in an analogous manner to those places that did. So that therefore means you create, as it were, an artificial all-England election, indeed all-Britain election, from which you can then say, well, if indeed these assumptions held, this is what the share of the vote would have been. And then you, because you've done that calculation for previous years, you can begin to have a measure by which you can compare how well the parties have done over time.
Right.
So that's the idea. It's not saying what would happen in a general election. It's not a forecast of the next election. It is a measure of the performance of the parties in the local elections. Just a summary measure. If we had all these elections, it's very, very confusing for people. Here is one little simple set of statistics that gives you a quick guide.
Right. So politically, on the measure of the performance as we see it right now, what will be uncomfortable for the Labour Party is that they have slipped behind the Green Party. And for some that is evidence...
At this point, I go straight away and say to you, do not get too fixated on 1 point differences.
Right.
What the projected national share is really showing you is three things. Number one is that British politics is indeed deeply fragmented, because the supposedly least popular party has got 16% on our measure, and the most popular, which has made over 1,000 gains, has only got 26%. Right? Nobody is really very popular, and everybody is concentrated within a small range. That's number one. Number two, however, within that, yes, the Greens, because they hitherto have not been particularly major players, have ended up getting by far and away their record vote share. So we should recognise that. And then the third point we should note, which I think is of some interest, is that the equivalent measure last year had the Reform on 30%. So although they are still first, in line with the evidence of the opinion polls, actually Reform did not perform as equivalently as well as they did last year, and the opinion polls are saying they're not quite as
just
popular.
To be clear for our viewers, to slip below that 30% mark, if that is reflective of the opinion polls, what does that mean? We're a long way from a general election, still 3 years, but what does it mean in terms of seat numbers?
Well, I've already told you you shouldn't be regarding this as a measure of a general election.
Fine,
But, okay, but sure, the lower the Reform share of the vote in a general election, the less likely it is they're going to get an overall majority. Though that said, because we operate under first past the post, because Reform still have a substantial lead over everybody else, that means that our electoral system will still give them an awful lot of seats, as they have done in these local elections. The most recent attempts to try and model what this might mean have kind of said, well, they kind of might be quite close to the 326 that does or does not constitute an overall majority. So given our electoral system, this performance is still an election winning formula if this were what were to happen in a general election. And again, you say this is not what we're saying would happen in a general election. But it's not as strong a position for Reform in that respect as it was 12 months ago.
I was going to say, if this was a general election, and it's not predicting a general election, what you have here is 5 parties within 10 points of each other.
Yeah.
And that's a bit like, my analogy, it's like one of those thin baking trays that you bake your brownies on. Imagine water in there, it can just go vroomp like that. Very, very, just a tiny little thing, and you can push the seats.
I mean, Eleanor Morgan, when she made a very sombre speech just a short time ago from Llandudno, and she said quite clearly, as far as she is concerned, the two-party duopoly is dead.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting admission by a Labour politician. I guess, of course, given that she's been operating politically in Wales, there's always been Plaid Cymru. It's always been more fragmented. The Senedd is used to having minority governments and parties doing deals at various stages during the course of a Senedd. So in a sense, she's reflecting a different culture. But yeah, I mean, insofar as, one of the questions is Britain's two-party system of dominance by Conservative and Labour, sharing power between those two from one election to the next, is that over? Well, that question is even more pressing now than it was 24 hours ago. We can't be sure what's going to happen, but just bear in mind that by simply winning all these councillors, Reform and the Greens' crucial task of creating a party organisation up and down the land so that actually they do become permanent presences, this success would have given them a body of activists with which to try to pursue that.
That's a really important point, because they're the foot soldiers, the councillors.
I was going to say England is catching up with Scotland and Wales. Scotland and Wales have had multi-party system for a very long time, not the case in England. But what is interesting is from the beginning, when it was the National Assembly for Wales and the Scottish Parliament, they were designed to reflect those multi-party systems. They were set up not to make it really, really difficult to get a majority, but the UK Parliament is different, and you now have this curious situation where the party that we're talking about, Reform UK, has got 5 MPs. They can't make much noise at Westminster. They're making a lot of noise outside Westminster, but not in Westminster. And that potentially raises interesting questions for our democracy, that this party that is clearly ahead across GB has 5 MPs at Westminster.
Yeah, maybe we can just go back to the final tally, because it's a really important point that John makes about the foot soldiers that you need to win a general election. The more local councillors you have, and their wives, and their sons and daughters who go out and bang on doors, those are the people that deliver votes.
And of course, the other point that follows from what's happened yesterday is that it's going to be much more difficult for Conservative and Labour politicians to say, there's no point voting for Reform or for the Greens, it's a wasted vote, they haven't got a chance in hell.
When I was talking to a senior Conservative after that success of Reform UK in Kent last year, and they said, our infrastructure has gone. It's not like, we don't, literally not having councillors is your infrastructure. And this person saying the Conservative Party doesn't really exist in Kent.
King's speech on Wednesday. When Sir Keir Starmer gathers his cabinet, I would guess he's going to gather them tomorrow at some point, and they look at this result and decide how to respond. There will be some who will say, looking at the opinion polls, looking at what the Greens have done, you've focused too much on the Reform vote and you've let the Greens in. There will be others who say, look, there's clear water between the Labour Party and Reform, and we need to claw some of that back if we're going to get a second term. Which way did they build the message? How do they do that? Speak to two sides.
Well, in the last hour or so, we've had a tweetathon of lots of cabinet ministers coming out and saying, supporting Keir Starmer, saying, let's not turn inward, let's support him. Interestingly, Yvette Cooper has tweeted, but there's no actual specific Keir Starmer is the greatest person in the world who should be leaving our party. She has not gone down that route. So there's an element of some sort of mixed messaging. I mean, before the King's speech, we are due to get a speech from the Prime Minister where he's going to be saying what he's been saying today. I have a 5-year mandate. I hear what voters are saying. Here's how I'm going to meet your concerns on the economy, closer relationship with the European Union and things like that. But the big challenge, I mean, John's just pointing out, is it right that Labour have lost control of Birmingham City Council, gone to no overall control, and you can make all the speeches you like in the world about a relaunch and about the economy, but if you're not getting the votes...
There's no control. Yeah. Let's take a quick breather and focus on Wales for a second, shall we? Where Plaid Cymru, as I was telling you, has become the largest party with 43 seats of the 96-seat Senedd. Remember, it's an expanded Senedd now from 60 to 96. They are, though, still 6 seats short of a majority, but the party leader, Rhys Iorwerth, said he would reach out to other politicians in the Senedd to form a new Welsh government. Here's our BBC Wales political correspondent Daniel Davis on the shape of that new Senedd.
To see how historic this election result is, take a look in our virtual Senedd, where you can see Plaid Cymru, the biggest party, on 43 seats. And if we swing over, just look how much green there is for Plaid Cymru on those benches, dwarfing the Labour Party. We're used to seeing this chamber full of red for Welsh Labour, but they've been squeezed out, pushed aside by Plaid Cymru. There's a bit of dark green for the Green Party winning their first seats in the Senedd. The Liberal Democrats have one as well. And if we go to the right of the chamber, it's a similar picture. Reform UK in light blue, taking over from the Conservatives. The top-down view shows you how the Reform vote has eaten into the Conservatives. They've cannibalised the Conservative vote, but it's on the other side of the chamber where you'll find the winners of this election, Plaid Cymru, pushing Labour aside. But they haven't won an outright majority. We weren't expecting any party to do that. It's 49 seats required for a majority. Plaid Cymru on 43. You have to say they've come pretty close. But if they're going to govern, if they're going to win votes on their budget, if they're going to win votes on making laws, they're going to need other parties to work with them. Let's look at how the blocks stack up with Labour on their side. Then it gets them over that threshold of 49. They can't do it with the Greens and the Lib Dems alone. They're going to need Labour's support to win those crucial votes. And if we look at the parties of the right, how do they stack up? Well, they're not going to get there. 34 for Reform. Add the Conservatives, you might call them their natural allies, and they're still short of that 49 majority because it's Plaid Cymru who have won this election, and that is the political arithmetic facing them in Cardiff Bay.
Thanks to Daniel for that. Well, of course, the leaders have been reacting to that, and we've had a very sombre message from the Welsh First Minister Eluned Morgan, who lost her seat in the Senedd. Labour has taken no seats in Ceredigion-Penrhos constituency where she was. Let's have a listen to some of that speech.
Welsh Labour has today suffered a catastrophic result. It ends a century of Labour winning in Wales, and the party will need to take a really hard look at itself and understand the depth of the challenge that we face. I've lost my seat here in Ceredigion-Penfro, and I will be stepping down as leader of Welsh Labour. I take responsibility for the Labour result in Wales. Reform has made substantial gains in Wales. We all understand the anger, but Wales is stronger when we stand together. We need to heed the anger, not feed the anger.
Eluned Morgan speaking just a short time ago. Well, let's hear from the man we expect to be the next First Minister in Wales, Rhena Pyorwath, leader of Plaid Cymru.
The people of Wales have today decided on the next steps in Wales's journey. I'm grateful to everyone that took part in this election, and yes, different voices are represented in that overall result. But based on that vote, Plaid Cymru now stands ready to take the necessary steps to form the next government of Wales.
I can tell you with some authority that Nick Watt was telling me this would be the result in Wales some time ago. You were predicting this from people you were speaking to in Wales. Who does he go with? I mean, he's short of a majority, just short, I think 6 votes short. What's his options?
Well, look, it's all down to numbers. And as Daniel was saying, there is only one path for a majority in the Senedd, and that is putting Plaid Cymru together and Welsh Labour together. Now, that is quite a big ask of Welsh Labour. They have been running Wales, sometimes as a majority, sometimes as a minority, since the National Assembly for Wales, as it was first known, was established in 1999. When you have had that sort of result, Barack Obama would describe it as a shellacking. Going back into government after you've been reduced down to how many, Labour's got 9 members of the Senedd, you'd be very, very cautious about going into government. So yes, you could have a partnership government when there may be 1 or 2 Welsh Labour ministers, but it's very early days for Welsh Labour, but I imagine they would be going very, very cautiously, and maybe it's a minority administration with arrangements perhaps with Labour.
Because they were in coalition and it ended messily.
And
of course, for Labour to be the junior partner, having been in control of Wales since devolution, that would be that would be difficult.
And the rule of thumb is that being the small partner in a coalition can be quite damaging. In a way, it's sort of worked out for Plaid, because look at them. But you think of the Liberal Democrats in the UK coalition government between 2010 and 2015, that did not end well for them.
No, none of the gain, all of the blame.
Yeah, being the small guys can be quite difficult.
Yeah. Let me bring you up to date with some really important English council elections. John just told you before he left that Labour has lost control in Birmingham, as we've thought they might. So as it stands, 79 of the 101 seats in Birmingham have been declared. For a majority, a party needs 51 seats. Now, you'll all remember the bin strike in Birmingham and how difficult that's been for Labour, and the fact the council nearly went into bankruptcy. Labour didn't get any of the credit for steering Birmingham through that. Reform UK currently leading the pack with 17 19 now. It's just gone up to 19. There are only, I think that makes it 20 seats left to be declared, but they can't win an overall majority, Labour, so the council is therefore under no overall control. And when you look at the rainbow of colours there, and the fact that they all have a big say in what happens in Birmingham, that's going to be pretty difficult, you would expect. And there is the change since 2022. Labour, of course, down 39. Can tell you about a couple of others as well. London, Labour has not managed to keep its majority in Southwark, Enfield and Brent. Southwark, Enfield and Brent. Outside the capital, the party has also lost Coventry to no overall control. There are about 15 councils still to confirm their results. We'll keep bringing you those updates as and when we get it. Let's speak to Andrew Fisher, columnist for the iPaper, former advisor to Jeremy Corbyn. Actually, we've not talked about your party today. The last time I looked, they've not performed very well, Andrew, about 2% in some of the seats that we're looking at, where you'd think they might perform well. Is that a total failure for Jeremy Corbyn?
I don't know, to be honest. I haven't really been looking at it much myself. I mean, look, I'm not a member of your party, so I'm not here to talk about them.
No.
But I've seen where they did stand in places like Blackburn and others, where they all backed candidates, and they did seem to win some. So I think they've only stood in a few places, and you know, from what I've seen, seem to have done all right in the places where they targeted.
OK, well, we'll maybe get him on to talk about that, and maybe he'll paint a different picture. Let's talk about Labour. Lord Carwyn-Jones, former leader in Wales, which we've been discussing over the last few minutes. He says the inescapable truth about these results is that Labour is no longer the party of the working class. It can no longer claim to be that. Do you agree?
I think Labour's facing an existential crisis, because I think for a lot of working class people that is true. Look, seen in Wales, you know, Labour is now a distant third. Plaid Cymru are clearly the progressive choice for a lot of people. You've seen in cities up and down England that the Greens are the progressive choice for people. And you've seen in a lot of northern towns, Reform make huge gains as well. And in Scotland, I mean, it's very tight at the moment, but Labour could come a very distant second, or it could come fifth, looking at the way things are coming out. So Labour doesn't seem to have any heartlands left at the moment. This is a real problem. And this is what happens when you alienate your members, you alienate your own voters, and you don't come in having won a landslide, promising change, and deliver change. You know, the Tories got kicked out of the last general election because people were fed up with the state of the country. All of that anger, all of that frustration now sits with the Labour government, who came in and whose great plan, which we were promised there would be, seemed to be attack pensioners, attack disabled people, pander to reform on migrants, and look at where it's landed them. The most devastating set of elections I can remember, certainly in my 30 years as a Labour Party member. So it needs real serious change. This is not just about changing Keir Starmer as leader. It goes much deeper than that. This needs a full reset of policy, strategy, and about just telling people Labour's going to stick up with them, because if it doesn't, what's the point in Labour? And that's what the electorate's concluded in large parts of the country.
That existential crisis that you point to is echoed by some of the union leaders today, who, of course, bankroll, or at least did of old, bankroll the party. Andrea Egan of Unison. Labour faces oblivion. What must change is not just the leader, but the approach, which echoes what you're saying. Unite said change or die. So if the unions are saying that, I know there's a different kind of relationship these days between the unions and the Westminster Parliamentary Party. But does that focus attention tomorrow, do you think, when he gathers his cabinet?
I mean, it's got to. It's got to. They have to change substantially, or the Labour Party will not exist. And it doesn't deserve to. If it's not going to stand up for people at a time when energy bills are skyrocketing, water bills went up 26% last year, the cost of housing, whether that's a mortgage or your rent, is going up. And what is a Labour government if it's not standing up for people and putting a cap on those things, restricting it and standing up for working class people? It defies logic, and that's why the electorate has sent Labour a big message today: either do your job or get out.
Just a final thought. I've got to talk to you about the leadership questions there will be and the focus on who might replace him. I'm sure there are many on the left who would like to see Angela Rayner, but she's got her own tax problems. And of course, the other name in the fray is Andy Burnham, if indeed he can find a seat, notwithstanding all the other problems he has to overcome. Is Andy Burnham the compromise candidate between the soft left and the government?
I think he probably is, but more importantly than that, he's the only Labour figure nationally who polls positively. In fact, he's one of the few politicians of any party who polls positively amongst the electorate. He's done a good job as Greater Manchester Mayor. He's a decent human being, in my estimation, Andy Burnham. And look, it was a grave mistake, as I think was borne out by the result in Gorton and Denton, to block him from standing in that by-election. But, he's not, as you say, he's not an MP at the moment. If Keir Starmer went tomorrow, he could not be the next leader. And Labour needs to think less about the individual and more about the policies and the approach it's going to take to win back the trust of working class people.
Andrew Fisher, always enjoyed chatting to you. Thank you very much for coming on the programme.
Thanks.
Let's bring Andy Street, former Conservative Mayor of the West Midlands. Welcome to the programme. Now, I was reading all your literature today from Prosper UK, which is what I want to talk to you about, the alternative direction, as you see it, for the Conservative Party. Do you see in this set of results an argument for pushing Kemi Badenoch towards what some people unkindly refer to as the wets?
Most definitely. I don't settle for that description, because that's a very historical description. What this is about is you might call it a mainstream Conservative agenda, which is about focusing on the economy, focusing on getting business and enterprise flying, and dealing with the real practical issues around public services. So most definitely, because the big picture here, of course, is reform has done well. We've obviously lost votes there, but there is real resilience and the beginning of a recovery in some of the urban areas. You've seen some good results in London. You've seen some resilience in Birmingham and Solihull. So actually, yes, in the results, it's telling us that there is a new way forward for the Conservative Party to win back that centre ground.
Yes. You've just heard Andrew Fisher talk about the need for the Labour Party to return to its working class roots and to listen to the message they had, and that is why he thinks the Greens have done particularly well. But of course, from your perspective, that might mean that Keir Starmer gets pulled further to the left. Does that leave a yawning gap in the middle? And how does the Conservative Party fill that in terms of policy?
That is exactly the argument, Christian. We're going to see the Labour Party move further to the left. Obviously, that's the prediction. And we also have seen the Lib Dems, you might say, pretty much flatlining here. So you might say people who might have voted Conservative naturally in the past, who lent their votes to the Lib Dems and to the middle ground of the Labour Party at the last election, our argument is they are there for winning back. And the key way of doing that is a relentless focus on the economy. So many people are saying so much is wrong with Britain at the moment, but everyone agrees that the thing that has to be got right, first of all, is the economy. It's the area where the Conservatives are already leading. So double down on that is the answer to your question.
Right. Andy, we're about to hear, I think, from Nigel Farage. So it would be very rude of me to cut across you. Do you have time to listen to Nigel Farage and come back, or have you got appointments?
I can listen to Nigel Farage.
Because I would like you to respond. So, no, let's bring him in, and maybe you can respond to it off the back. Here he is. Nigel Farage making his statement to the party at the end of what has been, of course, a very successful day for reform, with over 1,300 seats in their pocket after this election. Just coming to the stage now, and no doubt he's going to start looking forward from these elections to the next one, the general election in 2029, and his chances of becoming the next Prime Minister. Let's listen in.
Good evening, Essex.
Turquoise Essex. Big time. This is a celebration. And what a remarkable couple of days this has been. We're seeing some truly historic shifts in voting patterns in parts of this country. Things, frankly, I could never have dreamt that we'd see. Now, this is primarily, of course, a party. We're here to have fun. And we're obviously celebrating the Kemi bounce. Oh, you know about the Kemi bounce. The Sunday Times tell you about it every week. The Daily, it must be true. She's doing wonderfully well. I'll get to the Kemi bounce in a moment. But I want to begin by just talking a little bit about our campaign. In my political life, which now for some reason goes back 35 years of fighting and contesting elections, I can say without doubt that I was directly responsible for David Cameron resigning as Prime Minister. I can say with 100% certainty that the Brexit Party got rid of Theresa May. And we fought this election campaign on a big national slogan. You might remember it. It said, vote, reform and... And I tell you what, he'll be gone by the middle of the summer, the most unpatriotic, worst, least prepared Prime Minister we've ever seen in this country, and we will have seen the back of him. We should be proud of that as well. The results in the Red Wall are truly astonishing. If I look at the West Midlands, we've comfortably taken Sandwell Council from Labour. We've comfortably taken Walsall from Labour. If I go up to the northeast, Sunderland. I mean, Labour used to weigh the votes. We've absolutely walked it. We're majority control in Sunderland. We're majority control in Gateshead. We're majority control in South Tyneside. And in areas like Hartlepool, where only 12 seats were up, guess how many we won? 12. So the northeast, extraordinary. We go across to the northwest. In Wigan, Lisa Nandy's constituency. How about that? Of the 25 seats contested, Reform won 24. Wow. Angela Rayner, I bet she's popular here. One of the few people in politics who'd be even better for the bar profits than me. How about that? Oh, it's not being recorded, is it? Oh dear, never mind. It's a bit late to worry, really, isn't it? In the 8 seats that were contested in Rayner's constituency, Reform won 7 of them, averaging over 40% of the vote. And in St Helens, where I've come directly here from, St Helens in Merseyside. And by the way, these are red wall areas. They're red wall areas that even Boris Johnson in the 2019 referendum could never get close to. We have absolutely stormed it in St Helens, with the Labour Party being reduced down to just 2 seats. These are historic results. And in ward after ward, we see Labour down 35%, Reform up 37%. We are directly taking votes from patriotic old Labour in areas that, frankly, they've been pretty much able to take for granted since the end of World War I. And the same goes for the Rhondda and Merthyr and many areas like that. And increasingly, the results aren't in parts of Scotland too. But all of that is as nothing compared to Yorkshire. And what is happening in Yorkshire is remarkable. In Wakefield, of the 63 seats, Wakefield, Labour, rock solid Labour. In Wakefield of 63 seats, we've just won 58. in Barnsley. But I love their accent. The Barnsley accent's amazing. Barnsley, rock-solid Labour forever. We've walked it with a massive majority. We're on the verge of winning Calderdale. We're on the verge of winning Kirklees. And with half the votes counted, and the other half tomorrow, we're in with a shout, well, I can't believe this, we're in with a shout of winning overall control in Bradford. It is truly extraordinary. By the way, you've probably never ever seen me ever read off notes in my entire career. But you know what? After 2 days, after 9 weeks on the road, 2 days of doing this and almost no sleep, I thought I might forget. So it made sense. And what's happening in the Tory heartlands? Well, London's a bit different. In London, the Tories held up in some areas. In London, Labour held up in some areas. But London has become a bit of a foreign country in many, many ways, apart, of course, from Havering. And well done to Andrew Rossendale, Keith Prince, all the team in Havering for securing our first London borough. Although, of course, if you ask them, they say we're not a London borough. We ought to be in Essex. So I was pretty confident this morning when I did the press conference just before 9 o'clock. I was pretty confident of being able to cite Frank Sinatra by saying the best is yet to come. Suffolk, we've won just the most overwhelming majority. Quite extraordinary. Norfolk, with the biggest party. But I want to talk a little bit about Essex. I obviously saw the tendering results coming in last night, having been there and visited a few of the polling stations yesterday. And the fact we got a clean sweep there is amazing. It's amazing, really, given that I haven't visited Clacton once since I was elected. They take the piss out of me to get it back. So I was feeling good about it. But of course, Essex, we've put a superhuman. You've put a superhuman amount of effort into this over the course of the last couple of months. And indeed, I've spent a huge amount of time travelling around towns in the county, realising the sheer significance of a county that has half the shadow cabinet in it as members of parliament, all of whom assumed they were very, very safe, particularly given the Kemi bounce. Oh yes, the Kemi bounce, which is why Reform getting 38.5% of the vote, to the Conservatives 24.5% of the vote, and us getting 53 of the 77 seats is unbelievable. In fact, we haven't just crushed the red wall. Today in Essex, we've crushed the blue wall as well. And it is an amazing achievement. If you look at the numbers, then Kemi Badenoch, who this morning gave a speech about the renewal of the Conservative Party. Kemi Badenoch, on these numbers, would lose her seat at the next general election. And so would Alex Burghardt, James Cleverly, the Chief Whip, Rebecca Harris, Richard Holden, Priti Patel, and my favourite, how can you be called Cleverly from Braintree? To begin negotiating, giving away the Chagos Islands, which is exactly what he did. And you know, on issue after issue, where we think the Labour government are getting it wrong, we see the roots of all of it lie in those 14 years, and in particular in the last 5 years of that Conservative government. And for all the efforts of mainstream media to boost Kemi, nobody is going to forgive them for the Boris wave, for the net zero recession, for the decline of law and order, for so many of the, for running down our defences to the extent we've barely got a Royal Navy that's operational. They're not going to be forgiven. So tonight we celebrate this result. This Essex result just means so very much to me. But also, folks, bear in mind, whether you're in Thurrock, 45 out of 49 seats in Thurrock. I mean, there were some really extraordinary results right across the county. But I want to finish by saying this. It's a party, it's a celebration, there'll be music, there'll be drinking, there'll be fun to be had, I hope. I'm a great believer in it. Unlike Zach Palensky. You see, I mean, heroin's just not my thing. Or imagine a night out on the lash with Keir Starmer. I mean, it all beggars belief. But I want you to remember this, all of you that were elected today, getting elected to public office does carry a burden of responsibility. And that burden of responsibility is because people have placed their faith and their trust in you. And they've done it at a time when I don't think faith, belief and trust in our leaders and our politicians has ever been at a lower level in our country. So the responsibility is on our shoulders. And there was a comment that was made at our conference last year by 83-year-old Preston Manning. Preston Manning founded the Reform Party in Canada. He was my inspiration for calling this Reform. You know, they became the biggest party in Canada. They finished up in government for 10 years and did a really, really great job. And when Preston was asked, how did you go from being non-existent up against an established Conservative Party and Labour opposition, how did you go from being nothing to taking control of the country and running it for 10 years? And the answer he gave is an answer I want you all to think about at times of difference, at times of disagreement, at times of stress. You know, place 45 people in Thurrock together in one room, not everyone's going to agree. They're not. It's literally impossible. We're human beings. We argue with our friends, our family, we all disagree. But what Manning said is something I want you all to bear in mind. He said, we got to the top and we won and we succeeded because we had our disagreements in private and not in public. All right? So, please heed my advice on that. There are times when it's better to bite your tongue, go and sit behind a desk, close the door, argue it out. Argue it out as fiercely as you want to. But after 4.5 years of psychodrama with the last Conservative government, and with Labour about to start ripping themselves apart, that's the last thing the voting public want to see. All right, so please, please bear that in mind. Well, that may be a serious note to finish on, but as I said before, we are the fun party. I mean, I can't imagine the others coming to a racetrack for a celebration, can you? They must think gambling's awful. I love it, personally. There we are. So, sorry. So, look, my enormous thanks to all of you. You've all done incredibly well. It's been a great campaign. I think the results have exceeded, frankly, the best expectations that I had for Essex, for Suffolk, for many other areas. I hear we're winning seats as I speak in West Sussex and other areas 2. So please, I want to raise a toast to reform. And to say to all of you, thank you and enjoy your evening.
So there you go. Nigel Farage with champagne in hand in Chelmsford, and all his bets have come in. In fact, Reform have romped home in many of the seats they contested. As he said, some of the performances in Yorkshire really extraordinary. In Wakefield, in Barnsley, in Bradford. Let me just show you the picture in Bradford because you'll see what he's talking about. We'll just rotate round to that. It's been Labour for a decade. 27 seats still to declare. Reform on 23. Certainly the Greens are going to put some numbers on that 7 that they have there. They had 10 seats at the last election. So maybe they are in with a shot, which would be quite an extraordinary story in Bradford. But others besides, not just in the Red Wall, but as he was saying, in Essex, which is why he's in Chelmsford. Nick Watt's still with me, and he's very clever at this. There is something Trumpian about it. It's the japes and the jokes and the ridiculing of his political opponents, and this sense that we're all in this together, except the media, except them out there, the establishment. It feels Trumpian in that sense.
So Nigel Farage wasn't making a speech. He was having a conversation, the flute of champagne, teasing, mocking the Barnsley accent, jokes, you know, oh yeah, we're in it together, is anyone watching? And, you know, these are in a sense breaking all the rules of conventional politics, all those efforts that Conservatives go to at their party conference to have champagne in a beer glass so that they're hiding it. You would say to a conventional politician, oh, if you're from the south of England and you're giving a speech in Essex, don't mock the South Yorkshire accent. But he does it, and clearly for many voters, they like it. They think it's fresh, they think it's new, and they think it's genuine. But he had an important message. He was talking about the Kemi wave, that they've won Essex, where there are 6 members of the Conservative shadow cabinet. The Kemi wave, he says we're going to boot her out of Parliament. And then he talked about how he would say that his party's success was the end of David Cameron, because there wouldn't have been a Brexit referendum without Nigel Farage, he would say. And then the success of the Brexit Party in the 2019 European parliamentary elections, yes, that was the final straw for Theresa May. And then what did he say? I'm coming after Keir Starmer, and he's making a prediction that Keir Starmer will be gone by the summer.
And there are some politicians to whom scandal does not stick. Popularity is part of that, of course, but again, in a Trumpian way, scandal didn't stick to him. There was a lot of talk before this election about the £5 million he's taken in a gift from a Reform donor who is involved in cryptocurrency. And one of the policies of the Reform Party is to open the door to the crypto industry. It's for my security. He walks on, he dismisses it, he didn't declare it. It doesn't have any effect at the ballot.
I mean, obviously you say Trumpian because elements rather than Trump, because Trump does actually have convictions, and we're not for a moment talking about that. But yes, you're absolutely right. There was that crypto billionaire who gave Nigel Farage $5 million before the general election, and Nigel Farage didn't declare it. Now, if you read the rules of the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, as a new MP, you are meant to declare any financial interests or declarable interests if they're given to you 12 months before you become an MP. It would fall under that. But if you look at the actual wording, the declarable benefit has got to be related to your duties as an MP. And he would say, no, it was a gift and it was for my personal security. So that's why Nigel Farage is very clear about saying he didn't need to declare it. Obviously, his opponents are saying, in the spirit of the rules, you should have declared it.
Stay with me, Nick, because you might want to talk to our next guest, Rachel Millward, who is the Deputy Leader of the Green Party of England and Wales. Let me just show our viewers, Rachel, the performance of the Greens, the council gains that you have made. So Hackney, Hastings, Waltham Forest, Norwich. You're putting on votes across London. You've picked up 2 mayors. Congratulations. It's all going very well, is it not?
Thank you very much. It is. It's exceeding our expectations. We're absolutely delighted. Particularly, I think, in London. We had 18 councillors before. We've now got 10 times that and counting. And that's in, you know, Labour's London, their kind of most stronghold area. So it's quite incredible to be breaking through in that way. But yeah, we've also done unprecedentedly well in Manchester, in Birmingham, in Sheffield. And yet we're still in the rural areas like Suffolk and East Sussex. We're holding up. We've got gains there as well and got a good opposition presence. So it really is exciting. I think everybody can see that what we've seen is the collapse of the Labour vote, that people are just absolutely sick and tired of the status quo. And when they look to the Green Party, they see that we're pointing out that this is about inequality. It's because 50 richest families in the UK have the same wealth as 50% of the population. And that requires system change. We need to unlock that wealth.
And it's interesting that young people are responding to that message. Support for the Greens has risen markedly in wards with large numbers of 16 to 24-year-olds. Your share of the vote is much higher in those wards where that population is bigger. It's just a shame for you that the 16-year-olds in England don't get the vote.
Well, yes, we'd smash it even more when they do. But that's right. I think young people, you can count young all the way up to about 50, actually, in terms of our popularity as a party. But young people are turning green, and I think that they're feeling hope for the first time. All these people have all of them have only ever experienced austerity, just cut to public services, and just depressing news. And politicians they can't trust with stories of scandal, and they're just looking for something where they feel seen, I think, where the reality of their daily experience is acknowledged, and that we're showing a way forward. We're showing it doesn't have to be this way.
But you will understand that with more popularity comes more scrutiny. And Zach Polansky, who has a lot of energy as the leader of the party, has polarised some support within the party. Michael de Worley, who was instrumental in setting up the party's West Norfolk branch in 2009, he's quit the party. He is horrified, he says, by Zach Polansky's lurch towards populist policies. What would you say to him?
So you're talking about one person who's left the party. We've gone from 60,000 to 230,000 members. And we've now got more councillors than we've ever had before. We stood more candidates than ever before. So many more people feeling energised and inspired and wanting to be part of this movement, which has felt so hopeful and exciting. We've had a really good time. And so I don't think that's reflective at all of the vast majority. These are record-breaking results. We've never done this well before. And it's a real gear change for the Green Party. We're clearly here as a serious political force.
But he's not the only one. Caroline Lucas has condemned the anti-Semitic statements among those who were running as Green candidates. There were several on the ballot who Zach Polansky and the party failed to vet properly.
Caroline Lucas said exactly the same as what we've all said, which is that we don't tolerate anti-Semitism. So it's been really dreadful that we have had a few candidates, but that they're being dealt with through the disciplinary process, as every party does. So there's no difference between Caroline's position and our position.
Rachel Millward, it's Nick Watt here, but didn't Caroline in that statement, didn't she say that this should be dealt with immediately? In other words, you sort of got the impression that Caroline Lucas was feeling that these issues weren't being dealt with as quickly as they should be.
It's so funny, I've spoken to Caroline about this, and I think she's really upset that this has been portrayed as a spat between us. It isn't at all. We are dealing with it immediately. It's going through the process that we've got immediately, and what we'll be doing ASAP is actually making sure that process gets a lot faster in the future.
Why is the environmental issues, though, not front and centre in this campaign? If you look at Hackney, where you've done well, it's right at the bottom of the manifesto. It's all the social issues which are up top.
Well, the Green Party is called the Green Party. It's very clear, has a very clear green brand. Everybody knows that we stand for nature, we stand for the environment, and we always have. What I think people didn't realise before, and this isn't a change, this isn't new, is that we're for people and planet. We're for communities and nature, and that is what Zach has successfully communicated to, it's not a change, it's just a more clarity on that, because we never thought that it was possible to really restore the environment and get climate justice without social justice and economic justice too. They all come together.
But Rachel,
and so there's no loss of that. It's part of our DNA.
But Rachel, the Greens have always been, as you say, about climate and social justice, absolutely. But isn't what's new about Zach Polansky's leadership is that you've made Gaza a headline issue? Clearly, the Greens would always feel very strongly about that sort of issue, but you've made it a headline issue, and the instinctive response that Zach Polansky had when he saw the Golders a suspect being apprehended to repost that tweet from somebody critical of the police. His instinctive responsibility was to take that view. And that caused quite a lot of controversy. I mean, there was a More in Common poll that showed that after that, Zach Palansky's net favourability ratings went down by 14 points. Important to say that the party only went down by 1 point, but his personal ratings down by 14 points.
I don't think anyone goes into politics expecting a totally smooth ride. Things go up and down. You have, good weeks and bad weeks. But, we've just had record-breaking results. We're doing really well under Zach's leadership, and I'm incredibly grateful for it. You mentioned several things there at the same time. As I think you pointed out, we've always stood with the Palestinian people against what the UN declare as a genocide in Gaza. We obviously care deeply, and I think we're responding to a much wider public response to our government's complicity in that genocide.
Do you support funding the Metropolitan Police to the same level?
Do I support funding the Metropolitan Police to the same level as what?
As what it is at the moment, because I thought one of the policies in London was to cut spending. That didn't work very well for Democrats in America.
I think we often, in all sorts of areas, we often have a focus on prevention. And so really, it's like, the policing is the last point of the issue. And in a way, it comes after other things have failed. And so we're always talking about investing more in our communities, investing more in our public services so that people live well and they're looked after.
It sounds like you're soft on crime. You're criticising arresting officers, and you're suggesting that maybe the police shouldn't get the amount of money that it currently gets.
No, we're not soft on crime at all. The way to deal with crime is to make sure that people are looked after, and we look after the health and well-being of all people in our society, so that people don't end up being led into crime. And that's something we're really, really passionate about.
OK, well, thank you very much for coming on. We do appreciate it. Congratulations to the Greens on what has been a very successful day, certainly in the capital, in the 32 boroughs here in London. It's good to have you on the programme. Rachel Millward there, Deputy Leader of the Greens. Let's go to Kirsty in Scotland, because we're getting a much fuller picture now, Kirsty, of that party list system and what it means for the final tally in Scotland.
We are indeed. All constituencies are in, and we only have 3 of the 8 lists to go. So Brian Taylor has the magic numbers now.
57 for the SNP in total. Labour second in terms of number of constituencies, but it's second way behind on 13. Reform and the Greens each on 10. At the moment, Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats each on 9. As you say, 3 lists to come, which will change that. The SNP taking the seats, dominating the seats on the constituency, and as a result not picking up on the list.
But what will not change is the fact that the Reform's boast that it would beat Labour is simply not going to happen, because we have Labour on 13, Reform on 10, 3 lists to come, unlikely.
I think it's unlikely. Of the 13 Labour and of the lists in the Glasgow list, Anas Sarwar failed to win the constituency he was contesting, but he has come top of the Labour list and is duly returned to the Scottish Parliament that is going gently into the gloaming behind us there. And he will be back leading that group of, at the moment, 13, there may be more to come, in opposition to the SNP. As I stress, the SNP winning out the park on the constituencies, and as a result, the corrective list vote not giving them any succour at all.
So, as we said last time round, a week on Tuesday is likely when John Swinney, the process begins for him formally to be cast as First Minister. Now, during the campaign, there was great talk of a Celtic alliance, and indeed, it actually has come to pass that the 3 nations that are not England are now, as it were, Celtic. So you've got Sinn Féin, you've got Plaid, and you have got the SNP. Now, 2 weeks ago, John Swinney went to speak at Sinn Féin's Ard Fèis. Now, that would never have happened 10 years ago. What actually would a Celtic alliance achieve? What is the idea?
Well, I mean, the idea is to work collectively in, if you like, contradistinction to Westminster in the various organisations that there are, the Intergovernmental Council, etc. But you have not just Celtic, but they're all nationalist in varying ways with varying degrees of fervour. The SNP, Plaid Cymru, and Sinn Féin wish the end of the United Kingdom. They wish the end of the United Kingdom. as I say, to varying degrees and with varying degrees of fervour, but they do so. John Swinney has taken quite a bit of heat in Scotland for being prepared to cooperate, as he says, with the elected First Minister of Northern Ireland. His view is that the First Minister of Northern Ireland has been duly elected by the agreed process, and that it is reasonable, therefore, for him to work with that individual on a collaborative basis. I think he will be. The SNP historically have been very, very, very cautious about fostering or allowing comparisons between their campaign and the campaign of Sinn Féin for fairly evident reasons that they didn't want any comparison between the approach of the politics of Northern Ireland and the politics of Scotland. But Sinn Féin are adamant that they are the elected constitutional First Minister of Northern Ireland, the governance of Northern Ireland, and John Swinney is working with them and will work with them. I don't think it'll come to all that much, to be honest.
Because I was wondering, is it more emblematic, or are there actually hard and fast things they could work on as a group of 3 countries?
Well, they could work on attempting to get a better budgetary deal from the UK. They could work on attempting to get legislative powers transferred, further legislative powers transferred to Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland, and they could work perhaps on pushing the constitutional settlement. Although, as I stress, the constitutional arguments that they advance are actually quite disparate. Plaid Cymru, for example, say along with St Augustine, make me virtuous, but not now, O Lord. And so they put off.
Well, actually, that might end up being Scotland's position.
They put off the demand for independence for now. Sinn Féin, we know the history of the issues in Northern Ireland that make people in Scotland slightly leery and concerned and anxious. But John Swinney, of course, is advocating independence and will pursue independence. He yearns for it. But do I think it has momentum? I don't. But nonetheless, it is an intriguing set of circumstances that the UK government will now be dealing with parties which in various ways wish the end of the United Kingdom in its present form.
But just before we finish, how do you think politics in Scotland will be recalibrated by John Swinney? There will be no, as we know, formal alliance with the Green Party, but the idea that they were going to work together, because originally the whole idea was, it was obviously going to be coalition. A lot of the work would not be done on the floor of the House. It would be done in much more discursive committees. That, of course, has not necessarily come to pass. It has been very difficult at times.
John Swinney does not take the view of Fergus Ewing, who was completely disowning and dismissing the Greens, but he is leery of them. He is careful of them. Look, they had the Bute House Pact between Nicola Sturgeon and the Greens, from which they excluded the idea of economic growth because the Greens do not believe that GDP economic growth is a valid objective. I always regarded that as ludicrous. I couldn't see how you could have a deal that excluded basically the economy from it, but nonetheless, and I think the contradiction within that pact came to a head. It fell apart under Humza Yousaf. John Swinney, I am certain, will not seek to revive it. But will he work with the Greens on an individual basis? You bet he will. But he will also work with the Liberal Democrats and, if he can, with the others, other than Reform, with whom he says he will simply not collaborate.
And of course, at the end of 2025, I mean, it was only marginal, but actually economic growth in Scotland was 1.4% compared with a broad UK figure of 1.3%. I mean, it's not exactly boast-worthy.
No,
but does it signal that from now on, I think the emphasis much more will be growing in the economy, because that's how they get rid of a lot of their problems?
I think the emphasis will be on economic growth and driving economic growth in various means that they can. Kate Forbes, who stood down and her constituency fell, but she was adamant that was the approach to take. I'm sure that will be the case with John Swinney. It will also be public sector reform, and that could cause some real tensions with the unions. I think Ivan McKee returned as an MSP, likely to be the minister with responsibility for that, and they will be seeking savings. They have to seek savings because of that forecast of a $5 billion black hole.
Well, essentially, so public sector reform, and of course, in a way, you could say that actually what happened to Keir Starmer was he came a cropper from the point he resiled from some of the whole question of reform. But that's where it's going to be interesting. Who will they depend on to get that public service reform through? It probably won't be the Greens.
No.
It might be the Liberal Democrats. It might not be Labour.
It might not be Labour. It might be the Conservatives. If you remember the very first SNP government from 2007 to 11, they cut a budgetary deal on an annual basis with the Conservatives. Will it come back to those days? I doubt it. The Conservatives will be licking their wounds at the moment. But on an individual daily basis, if they are presented with a proposal to curb taxation or at least maintain taxation at current levels and to reform public services, I think the Tories might well vote for that. It's going to be an intriguing set of circumstances. But the pressure and the tension will all be upon the MSPs across there. People are anxious, they are angry, they are upset, they want action, and they want action soon, and they want it from their MSPs with whom they've entrusted the power.
You heard that from Brian Taylor. Now back over to you, Christian.
Kirsty, thank you very much indeed. Shall we take a check on the current state of councillors across the English councils? There you go, that's the tally. Around 78% of the seats declared. Now Reform almost up against that 1,500 mark, which would be an extraordinary breakthrough. Labour, their losses now starting to grow, 1,300 down, Conservatives 497. Where does that fit in historic terms? I've just been looking back at that. The biggest losses in an English council election back in 1995 after Black Wednesday. John Major lost 1,956 in 1995. The biggest Labour losses while Labour was in government, 924 in 1999. That was 4 years after the record Tory losses. So on that margin, this is the worst performance by a Labour government ever in English council elections. Now, we were talking about national projected share, and John was explaining to you that refers to the translation of local election results into an estimation of the national level of support that each party would have received had the local elections been taking place across the whole country and with each of the significant political parties standing candidates everywhere. And this is the mathematical sum he has come up with. And then I just want to point you to basically Labour and the Conservatives. Don't pay too much attention to the numbers because 1% difference, Labour there slipping behind the Greens, doesn't really amount to much. 17% for Labour, 17% for Conservatives. Back in 2022, Labour were on 35% and the Conservatives were on 30%. So together, cumulatively in 2022, they were at 75%, and now they are half that, 34% in that calculation, which tells you just the scale of the defeat, really, for the two main parties, as were, in this election. Let's get some views on that from the Deputy Political Editor at The Guardian, Jessica Elgott, and Anna Gross, Financial Times political correspondent as well. Jessica, we're in record territory, history made in so many ways in this election. A First Minister losing her seat in Wales, the first time that has ever happened, a leader losing the seat in an election, in a UK election, and record Labour losses in an English council election. Where does Keir Starmer go from here?
It's very difficult to see, how a Prime Minister with results like these, just 2 years from winning what was a historic Labour majority, how he can go on from here, and especially because of his own rock bottom popularity ratings, and they are so low because of the kinds of results that we've been seeing across the country, because the Labour vote and his personal vote is being eaten from all sides. So, of course, there are the people who lent Labour their vote, who gave them a chance, who wanted to throw out the Conservatives. Those people seem to have kind of particularly turned against the Prime Minister, but also because of Labour's record in office. And sometimes I think people think unfairly, he is losing his own core voters, progressive voters who would have always voted Labour. Those people are also moving away from him, and that's why you see him hitting those record low ratings.
He's not going to go, though, not judging by the statement that he put out today. Tough days like this only strengthen my resolve to carry on. There's been support, tweeted support, a blizzard of tweets that have come out in the last few hours from many people in the cabinet. I suppose the three names that have not tweeted are the interesting ones: Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband, and Shabana Mahmood.
Yes, and in fact, texts have gone unanswered to various representatives about whether they plan to or not. Although we do believe that Wes Streeting is going to speak perhaps a little bit later on at the Redbridge count, although we're not expecting fireworks, but he could change his mind. Of course, he could rip up the script there and speak at his own council that's his home council elections, where the results are still coming in there, and there have been a big challenge to Labour there as well, especially from independents.
Anna, Nigel Farage has just appeared in Chelmsford, has ridiculed the Conservatives and the so-called Badenoch bounce. He's pointed to their wins in Essex, in Suffolk, in Hampshire, and in Conservative areas all across the south. He's right, isn't he? For all the talk in the media of how well Kemi Badenoch is doing, here is the opposition party at a time of great difficulty for Labour, going backwards.
I think you're absolutely right. It's been an incredibly positive night for reform overall, broadly showing that they're translating. I think one of the key tests was, are they going to be able to translate their national polling into actual electoral wins? They have shown that they're able to do that. It's broadly in line. They've made, as you said, huge inroads in Labour's red wall, including Wigan, Hartlepool, Barnsley, Gateshead, St Helens, real reasons to be incredibly positive for the party. That said, there are also things, and I know this from speaking to some party insiders, they're giving them some small pause for thought. I mean, you talked about the national seat projections. Reform is slightly down on where it was last year in terms of where both the BBC and Sky projects their national vote share would be based on these results, about 5 percentage points down. And actually, some of the total council seats in England are slightly down, actually, on where some pundits thought they might be.
So are you making an argument that maybe they've hit the high water mark?
Say that again, sorry.
Are you making the argument, therefore, that they have perhaps hit the high water mark, that they did touch 30% in some of the polls, but actually it looks to be around 26%, and that seems to equate to where the opinion polls are?
I would say that it's just too hard to tell at the moment whether they've peaked. I know that's the question that people have been asking for quite some time. It's likely that we'll see a poll bounce after these elections because the public tend to back winners, and they'll still have seen a big win here. And as it gets closer to an election, I was talking to some pollsters today. If it gets too close to a general election and the public are as frustrated, as kind of angry at the governing party as they are today, it could be that they coalesce even more around what they see as the main alternative or the viable alternative. And I think one of the reform successes today is that it's really put itself as kind of the credible alternative to the right-wing alternative to Labour, and undermined the Conservatives' sort of credentials for that role.
I mean, Nigel Farage was pretty bullish, Jessica, in the appearance we've just seen in Chelmsford, but he did warn today not to expect miracles. So there was an element of expectation management on his part today, because he knows that a lot of these councils up and down the country are constrained by the reality of local government finances. And what's going to happen over the next 2 years, and this also is relevant to the Greens as well, is that they're going to be tested. And there are 3 years before a general election. They will be tested and they will be scrutinised much more.
Yes, and I think you've already seen that in Kent, including some of Anna's great reporting of that council. Lots of infighting going on in Kent, which was won by Reform last year. Promises on council tax that the party wasn't able to deliver, and of course that's happening, across the country now that they are in charge of dozens more councils. That they will have the sort of spotlight of actually running things on them, and Labour people, like some of this might be wishful thinking on their behalf, but they say that there's a Durham Council which went Reform last year. Labour have won back a couple of by-elections there as people, which they interpret, obviously, hopefully, as people realising that once Reform are in charge, they don't particularly like the way that they run things. But I think it would be a mistake to overstate that. You know, that people would necessarily always draw exactly those kind of conclusions from seeing Reform run things. And of course, they may, you know, in some people's estimations, run the council as well. So I think it's important not to overstate it, but of course it could be a factor.
Yeah, Jacob Rees-Mogg was on the BBC earlier today, Anna, making a political point that from his perspective, the right of British politics is on the march again, and his pitch was to unite the right, and there should be this pact between Reform and the Conservatives. I don't see that in the statements from Nigel Farage or any of the other Reform candidates, nor indeed do I hear it from Kemi Badenoch. It feels like the bitterest divorce.
Well, I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg has actually been making that argument for quite some time. It's interesting that Nigel Farage's own language around this seemed to soften a little bit recently. He was asked about potentially doing a deal with the Conservatives, I believe by the Telegraph, and he sort of said, well, we'll see. I think that it all boils, for the time being, it does not serve either Nigel Farage or Kemi Badenoch to say, you know, we'll go into coalition, we'll do a deal. You know, it would dampen support for Reform, and it would limit the Conservatives' ability to sort of pull away the more moderate voters that are turned off by Reform. That said, if it got closer to an election and it looked likely that there might be a hung parliament, as some projections that have come out today suggest, I think both sides would look much more favourably at that possibility, and discussions are very likely to take place. And we know from speaking to some donors and people around the party that is their kind of favoured option. Either is publicly saying it.
That line just held up, Anna. Well done. We got the message. Anna Grace, Jessica Elgott, lovely to talk to you both. Thank you for coming on. Plaid Cymru is the largest party in Wales, 43 seats in the 96-seat Senedd. Remember, it's an expanded Senedd from 60 to 96, and they are 6 seats short of a majority. Party leader Rhys Iorwerth said he would reach out to other politicians in the Senedd to form a new Welsh government, although it seems from what he's been saying that he is comfortable to rule as a minority government. But here's our BBC Wales political correspondent Daniel Davies on the shape of that Welsh politics and what it might mean.
To see how historic this election result is, take a look in our virtual Senedd, where you can see Plaid Cymru, the biggest party, on 43 seats. And if we swing over, just look how much green there is for Plaid Cymru on those benches, dwarfing the Labour Party. We're used to seeing this chamber full of red for Welsh Labour, but they've been squeezed out, pushed aside by Plaid Cymru. There's a bit of dark green for the Green Party, winning their first seats in the Senedd. The Liberal Democrats have one as well. And if we go to the right of the chamber, it's a similar picture. Reform UK in light blue, taking over from the Conservatives. The top-down view shows you how the Reform vote has eaten into the Conservatives. They've cannibalised the Conservative vote, but it's on the other side of the chamber where you'll find the winners of this election, Plaid Cymru, pushing Labour aside. But they haven't won an outright majority. We weren't expecting any party to do that. It's 49 seats required for a majority. Plaid Cymru on 43. You have to say they've come pretty close. But if they're going to govern, if they're going to win votes on their budget, if they're going to win votes on making laws, they're going to need other parties to work with them. Let's look at how the blocks stack up with Labour on their side. Then it gets them over that threshold of 49. They can't do it with the Greens and the Lib Dems alone. They're going to need Labour's support to win those crucial votes. And if we look at the parties of the right, how do they stack up? Well, they're not going to get there. 34 for Reform. Add the Conservatives, you might call them their natural allies, and they're still short of that 49 majority, because it's Plaid Cymru who have won this election, and that is the political arithmetic facing them in Cardiff Bay.
Just 9 votes for Labour. I heard an interview earlier with Stephen Kinnock, and he was asked what his father might have made of that Not much, I guess, is the answer. Let's bring in Jack Fenwick, who is at Westminster and has been gathering up some of the responses to Labour's performance around England, Scotland and Wales. We were just talking with Jessica Elgott about the cabinet ministers who've not come out and commented on Keir Starmer. Wes Streeting, interesting. Ed Miliband, who it was reported had asked him to set out a table, a timetable for his departure just the other day, and also Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary. Are they conspicuous by their absence?
Well, it certainly is the case that the vast majority of the rest of the cabinet have publicly voiced their support, and that a smaller number, including those three, have not. I mean, they've been sort of quiet more generally, those three. We know that when it comes to leadership speculation, that there have been MPs privately backing Wes Streeting. As you say, there have been stories about Ed Miliband and the extent to which he is happy with Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. I mean, important to point out that that report in the Times newspaper that said that Ed Miliband had spoken to Sir Keir Starmer about a timetable for leaving, Ed Miliband's people said that that was a mischaracterisation of that conversation. Although interesting that this idea of a timetable, it is something that we've heard from a number of other Labour MPs today. People not saying the Prime Minister should go now, but indicating that if he doesn't turn things around before the next election, and I think by that they mean the next local election next year rather than the next general election in 2029, then the Prime Minister should indicate when he might go. Now, digging down into that a little bit more, it could be seen as sort of tacit support for Andy Burnham, because we know that if there was a leadership challenge right away, he wouldn't be able to stand because he's not an MP. So some of his supporters have privately been saying in recent weeks that actually they'd rather that there wasn't a leadership challenge straight away after these results. And the other thing that it's worth pointing out is that we know that Labour losses have been sort of baked into this set of election results for some time now. But one of the things we've been saying over the past few weeks is that there's a sort of difference between anticipating big losses and then actually experiencing them. The extent to which this became a politically perilous moment for the Prime Minister was always going to be partly to do with how these losses felt for Labour MPs. Now, I think we still don't fully understand the extent of those feelings, given that we're, only just, not the counting hasn't even finished yet in all areas. But I think something symbolic, like coming behind the Greens in the projected national share of the vote, will have been an absolute hammer blow to some Labour MPs and makes things more difficult for Sir Keir Starmer, frankly.
Jack, thank you for that. It sets up our next discussion very well. With me is Keir Starmer's former Director of Strategy, Baroness Deborah Mattison, and the former Conservative Secretary of State for Education, Baroness Nicky Morgan. Welcome to you both. Thank you for being with us. Deborah Mattison, how do you make a case for Sir Keir Starmer? He's lost his Labour leader in Wales. It's the biggest Labour losses ever on record for a Labour government in power. It's nearly 500 worse than Tony Blair in 1999.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are terrible and very disappointing results. And as the previous speaker was just saying, however much you've anticipated them, and by the way, I think what was potentially anticipated was actually even worse. So against expectations, actually, Labour has done a bit better, but that doesn't make it any easier to see good colleagues losing their seats and all of the problems that will follow from that. I don't know about making a case, but one thing I would say is that I think what we're seeing is almost industrial level disillusionment with politics and politicians and fury against the status quo. And that's not just a British feeling. I've been doing a lot of work in the US, in France, in Germany. It is something that we're seeing in a lot of different Western democracies at the moment, where people feel that the social contract, the kind of deal that they made with the government, where you work hard, you get a fair reward, has been broken.
No, it's a good point you make, and actually no
progression.
one's made that point today, that there is the UK does not exist in isolation when we talk about the way politics is fragmenting. I mean, you could look at the AfD in Germany, you could look at Vox in Spain, you could look at, Marine Le Pen's party in France. It's a similar thing, a disillusionment with politics. But John McDonnell was making the point earlier today that, yes, there is that disillusionment out there, but on the doorstep, there is animosity towards the leader himself. His name comes up time and time again. They didn't even want him campaigning in Scotland.
Well, again, actually, I would say this is kind of a plague on all your houses. So if you look at the leaders' ratings in the polls, then, of course, I'm not going to make a case that says, I can't, Keir Starmer's ratings are not good. But actually, Nigel Farage's are barely any better. And every single leader is in net negative. I can't recall a time when that was the case. So, I think it really is a plague on all of your houses.
Yeah, it's good context. It's good context. I mean, the interesting thing for the Tories, Nikki, is that in a similar way, Kemi Badenoch is in negative territory. But actually, she's more popular than the party. And one commentator from The Spectator said to me the other day that there seems to be collective trauma about the last few years of Conservative government that she's not going to be easily shedding. And that is sort of reflected in the results today.
Yeah, look, I think it's disappointing overall for the two main parties. I mean, I think that the Conservatives can point to some successes in relation to councils like Harlow and Bexley and regaining Westminster, but it's pretty slow progress. And as you say, the polling is showing that Kemi Badenoch is polling ahead of the Conservative Party. I mean, it's not surprising if your words, collective trauma. I mean, it was a pretty big hammering by the electorate in 2024, and you don't come back from that really, really quickly. Although frustrating, I think, given.
But I mean, you've got to win. You've got to win Westminster and Wandsworth if you're the Conservative Party. I mean, it's the most affluent part of London, and of course they're going to win that. Where you look at Essex, her backyard, where you have some of those on the right of the party, Priti Patel, Mark Francois, they've had a shellacking.
Yeah, look, there are areas that I think we would all have expected. I mean, I think for both main parties that we would expect it to be solid Conservative territory or solid Labour territory. I mean, look at Wales, that absolutely is not the case. And I think that's the big, one of the big things to draw from today has been that if we were in any doubt, multi-party politics in this country has absolutely arrived. And so for the longer-serving parties, if I put it like that, campaigning is never going to be the same again. It's about fighting on multiple fronts now, and I think that the electorate
that is interesting.
Voting.
That is interesting because I'd like to put the same question to both of you. We had Andy Street on, Nikki, just a short time ago, the former West Midland mayor, who said, and he is now running a group called Prosper that is calling for the Conservatives to move back to the centre, is that they should stop chasing the Reform vote. They should stop chasing the fringe. Because actually there's a gaping hole in the middle of British politics that the Conservatives could fill. And we'll probably get Deborah's view on that for Labour in a second. But what about the Conservatives, who seem to be edging further and further to the right? If you want reform, vote Reform.
Well, I mean, I'm not entirely sure that that's right about the Conservatives edging further to the right, but I mean, I think the danger is that those of us who we put ourselves in the centre of British politics are missing what the electorate are trying to tell us, which is there is enormous frustration, particularly in relation to how expensive life feels and how hard people are working, and there's not much to show from it. And so actually, I think I would say to the Conservative Party leadership, don't obsess just about reform. There's a number of parties, and as we have a more fragmented system, we're going to end up potentially with more fragmentation. I mean, look what's happened in Great Yarmouth, for example, with Rupert Lowe's party. And so actually what's needed is for the leader of the party, in this case, Kemi Badenoch, not the Conservatives, to set out exactly what she is about, what the party's about, how they're going to campaign for that. And as I say, we will all be fighting, parties will be fighting on multiple fronts in future elections. There's no more that's going to go from one big party to another big party.
So Keir Starmer's going to race for the King's Speech, Deborah, on Wednesday, and no doubt gather his cabinet tomorrow and say, right, come on, reset, we need to start working quickly. which direction does he go? Because if he goes towards the Greens, there's already, I think, in the country, huge concern about some of the welfare spending and the way that the graph increases towards 2030. If he goes that way, do Labour get a second term?
I actually think, I think I agree with the point that Nikki was making in a way, which is, I don't think this is really about left or right, actually. It's not how people characterise themselves. And I think it's slightly unhelpful to think about parties being dragged in one direction or another direction. But I do think there's a group of voters, I suspect that might be what Andy Street actually means, who are, working class voters, and they are the battleground. And it is about really refocusing on them and their needs. These are the people who feel forgotten. These are the people who feel that they've had their future taken away, their children's future, their whole thing about bettering yourself doesn't exist anymore. And I think that Labour needs to really focus back on them. It's Labour's heartland, is what Labour was set up as a party to do. And I think it needs to rediscover itself in that way.
We should talk about leader challenges, because you've both had experience of that. I mean, quite obviously the conversation will turn now to Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner. I mean, to look at the results today, and we maybe put some of them up, Tameside, Wigan, Manchester, you'd be hard pushed, or you certainly wouldn't put your house on Andy Burnham winning a by-election, would you, Deborah?
No, and I to be honest, I think that the talk of leadership is incredibly unhelpful for Labour's rehabilitation following these dreadful results. I think that at the moment, the last thing the public wants is us to do, frankly, what the Tories did repeatedly over its last period in power, which was endlessly sort of sack off one leader and bring in another one, and when that one didn't work, bring in another. The last thing that voters want is us focused on ourselves. They want us focused on them. And I think that Keir Starmer has had only 2 years. He needs to have a little bit more time to really try and make this work, put this right.
Regicide is what the Tories specialised in, Nikki, for many years. But they do it quickly. The knife goes in before the Prime Minister's even blinked. It's much different in the Labour Party. What would your warning to the Labour Party be right now? In fact, do you want Keir Starmer to go right now, in mind of everything that we're facing?
Well, look, for the sake of the country, what I want is the government to get on with governing the country and making decisions and putting right or at least addressing the issues that people clearly care about. And look, I think having been up close, I don't know, it didn't feel sometimes like those leadership contests were particularly quick. There was an awful lot of argy-bargy and people saying that they were going to put in letters and everything else. And all I would say is they are hugely distracting leadership contests. I don't know what the Labour Party is going to decide about Keir Starmer. There's clearly lots of unhappiness, but I do think that I think Deborah makes a point, which is that actually for the country, in some ways it's do something or don't do something. But actually, could you please get on and address the many issues that you have come into office saying that you are going to fix, and everyone's still waiting.
Yeah, just finally, Deborah, I mean, there might be a warning in this, in the Welsh Labour experience. I mean, they had 3 leaders in Wales in one term. It was incredibly messy getting rid of Vaughan Gething, and perhaps Eleanor Morgan has paid the price for that.
Well, I think that may well be true, and I mean, I think in a way the judgment is not just on the recent past, but perhaps it's a longer term judgment in Wales, to be honest. But just going back to this point, I mean, I think it really is time to focus on the job, and particularly at a time when we're living in really intense global insecurity. People are quite worried about what is round the corner internationally. And I think that, while obviously Keir Starmer needs to focus more on these voters and what they care about, I think a lot of people recognise that he has been doing a good job on the global stage, and he needs to keep that steady ship going.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to deal with. Baroness Deborah Mattison, thank you very much indeed, and Baroness Nikki Morgan, good to see you too. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, the BBC has been getting reaction from people in Ashton-under-Lyne in Tameside, which we were just talking about, where 47 years of Labour control has been lost. The council is now under no overall control. In fact, Labour, I think, lost all the seats that it was contending in Tameside. Coletta Smith has that report.
It's business as usual on Friday market day here in Ashton-under-Lyne. But there's plenty of news for people to chew over. 18 of the 19 council seats that were up for election here switched from Labour to Reform.
We're stagnant. The whole country's stagnant. It needs to change.
And have you voted Labour in previous elections then?
Yeah.
You have. Was this the first time you switched over to Reform?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's inevitable that was going to happen because of what's going on in the country. You just want change.
Quite deflated, surprised, but a little bit let down by the turnout. So the amount of people actually voting, where I'm from, it's like 36% the turnout.
This is a council that stretches like a spoke from East Manchester right out to the Peak District, dominated by a skyline of old cotton mills. This is classic Labour heartland. After spending the day chatting to people here in Ashton-under-Lyne, there's a really clear sense of two different messages. One is of frustration, disappointment, disillusionment with the Labour Party. And the second one is definitely an active choice for Reform, whose messages, particularly around migration, have really struck a chord with voters here. This council covers 3 different parliamentary constituencies, including the home of Angela Rayner, the former deputy leader of the Labour Party. It also includes Gorton, where Labour got a drumming in the recent by-election won by the Green Party. It's a similar result to the one in Wigan on the other side of Greater Manchester, and with talk of the Mayor Andy Burnham making moves towards the Labour leadership, it'll have a big impact here.
He seems all right, Andy Burnham. He seems okay. It's just, obviously they haven't let him in, have they, though? They're not letting him in.
Coletta Smith, BBC News in Tameside.
Yeah, I was just checking that result. I think I told you that they didn't win any of the seats that were up. In fact, there were 19 seats in Tameside. It was a thirds election, so there were 57 seats in the council. 19 were up. Reform took 19 of them, and Reform took 18. I'm being corrected. Out of 19, Reform took 18 of them, and Labour took 1. There you see, we got to it in the end. It didn't take me long. It's late at night. Let's speak to Stephen Bush, Associate Editor and columnist at the Financial Times. It's nice to see you, Stephen. Give me your big takeaway from what we've seen today.
I think the big takeaway is that we've seen not quite record-breakingly bad election results for both Labour and the Conservatives, and these are slightly less bad than the local elections for them last year were. But we should be very clear that the only opposition party to do worse than the Conservatives have in this set of local elections is the Conservative Party last year. And no government that has gone on to be re-elected has done as badly as the Labour Party has done today. That's not to say that those two parties are both definitely doomed, but I think the slight air of complacency from, you have many people in the Labour Party going, well, this shows Morgan McSweeney was right. Well, if your doctor tells you your leg needs to be amputated and then they cut off your head by mistake, I don't think the fact that your leg needs to be amputated changes makes them a better surgeon. And the Conservative Party really is looking extinction in the face if it doesn't change something quite profound. I think that to me would be my big takeaway, that our two major parties are in major trouble.
I was just looking at the Labour losses while we were talking to Baroness Mattison, and it stretches over 5 pages, but a lot of it goes grey to no overall control, and that's because politics is fracturing in many different directions now. What do you think that stores up for councils around the country under immense financial pressure when they have a rainbow of seats in each and every council?
It's a really good question, right? Because look, one of the reasons why most of us, I think, feel, every year I pay more and more council tax and I get less and less from it, is a graph that the Barnet Council 13 years ago, this was when they were Conservative, I was about to say Conservative held back then, I think they are now again, where they were talking about the jaws of doom, i.e. the costs of social care going up and the amount of money for it going down. And that's essentially the dynamic we're watching play out before our eyes, which means that local government has less and less power. We pay more and more, we get less and less. Now, when you have a hung council, it's even harder to persuade people of the political wisdom of that, right? Because when it's one party dealing with that challenge, they at least go, well, look, we've got to hang together because otherwise we're going to hang separately. If you've got these very fractured councils, lots of them will go like, well, we're hanging separately either. The other variable is the places where this has happened because they elect in thirds. And if you are a Conservative councillor and a bunch of your buddies just lost their seats to Reform, are you going to think, oh, well, if I do a deal with Reform and defect now, I can save my seat? Maybe you will. Ditto if you're a Labour councillor and a bunch of your buddies have lost their seats to the Greens and you know you're up next year, do you go, maybe I should defect and join the Greens? So I think it's going to have a very complex and slightly chaotic consequence.
And it will shape Westminster politics in one fundamental way. It was a point that John Curtice was making earlier, is that when you lose a councillor, you lose all the friends and relatives around that councillor who go and bang on doors and campaign for the National Party. And you know, there may be some around the country in the Conservative camp who say, well, it doesn't really matter. This is a local election. It's quite different to Westminster. But, you know, when Reform pile on 1,500 councillors up and down the country, that means that their ground game improves significantly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely does. Councillors, exactly as you say, are, you know, in addition to the fact they help run important services, they are super activists. They're the face of the local party for people in their communities. I mean, in my own home ward, in Keir Starmer's constituency, I think the only person I've ever seen from the Camden Labour Party is a very hard-working councillor who, through no fault of his own, has lost his seat because of the unpopularity of the Labour Party. Well, is anyone else going to knock on doors in the estate and get people to turn out and vote for the Labour Party next time? Maybe, but if they don't, then he's going to have lots of difficulty, and that's true that's true even in a very safe seat such as this one. If you're an MP in a more marginal seat, which of course many MPs are, the loss of your council base is really no laughing matter.
No, it's a really good point. Just to finish, we've only got a minute left, but you know, we focus on the numbers. There are lots of hard-working people in all parties, councillors who devote their life to this, who will be feeling pretty low tonight. And what would your message be to those councillors, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And I think the thing I would say to all of them is don't forget that actually all of you, by doing this job, done something. And I've moved around, so I've had councillors of almost every party. And in every single one, I've seen them make huge positive differences to their local communities, to people in times of difficulty, whether it's something as simple as, you know, helping unlock whether or not they can get something fixed, or helping them with, you know, a funeral arrangement, or with immigration fix. And, you know, I think remember, as awful you feel, that one, then it's not your fault, but also that you've done a huge amount for your local communities. Is the thing I would say.
Stephen, always a pleasure. Thank you at the end of a busy day for coming on the programme. We're going to take a short pause, but for viewers all across the country, you can enjoy the 10 o'clock news now on BBC One with Jane Hill.
Tonight at 10, Sir Keir Starmer insists he won't quit after Labour suffers some of its worst election results in recent times. As Reform UK wins more than 1,400 council seats in England, the Prime Minister vows to stay in office.
I'm not going to walk away and plunge the country into chaos. We were elected to deal with these challenges, and that's what we will do.
Overall, what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics.
In Wales, the First Minister fails to win her seat as Labour loses control of the Senate for the first time. Plaid Cymru is now the largest party. In Scotland, the SNP is on course to win a fifth consecutive election, though it will fall short of a majority. We'll have all the latest from Clive Myrie in Cardiff and James Cook in Edinburgh. And there's jubilation for the Green Party after it makes record gains, including its first ever elected mayors.
From Broadcasting House across the UK and around the globe, Newsnight brings you fresh insights and interviews, and a first look at the front pages.
Hello, good evening. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has insisted he won't quit after Labour suffered some of its worst election results in recent times. The party lost more than 1,300 council seats in England and control of the Senedd in Wales for the first time since devolution nearly 30 years ago. In England, the big winner was Reform UK. It took more than 1,400 council seats, with party leader Nigel Farage saying the results had blown apart the old ideas of left and right. In Wales, Plaid Cymru is now the biggest party, although just short of a majority, and the Labour First Minister, Eluned Morgan, lost her seat. In Scotland, the SNP remains the largest party, although its share of the vote went down in nearly every constituency. We'll be live in Wales and in Scotland shortly, and throughout the programme there's a live tracker of the results in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. First tonight, let's go to our political editor, Chris Mason at Westminster. Chris.
What a day. Fragmentation, volatility, multi-party politics, records tumbling. And tonight, here at Westminster, the Labour Party, the government, soul-searching, asking itself deep questions about how it became so unpopular so quickly and what to do about it on a day of drama and stories wherever you chose to look. Eluned Morgan was Wales's First Minister this morning. Tonight, she doesn't even have a seat in the Senedd, the Welsh Parliament.
It's Labour over in Wales.
Labour have won every Welsh election since before Sir David Attenborough was even born. But not this one.
Welsh Labour has today suffered a catastrophic result. It ends a century of Labour winning in Wales, and the party will need to take a really hard look at itself.
Welsh politics has been turned upside down. Here is the man expected to be Wales' next First Minister.
Plaid Cymru now stands ready to take the necessary steps to form the next government of Wales. This is a moment 100 years in the making, a moment in which we hold the promise and ambition of a nation in our hands.
Sedd un, seat 1, Dan Thomas, Reform UK Wales.
Yay!
Reform have also done well in Wales, easily beating Labour. In Scotland, another win for the Scottish National Party, a fifth consecutive term.
I will simply do all that I possibly can do to make Scotland a successful country and to improve the lives of the people of our country, and I look forward to doing that in the next Scottish parliamentary term. Thank you very much.
Labour losing here as well then, a recurring pattern today. Just look at their body language. Glum, defensive, rejected. Speaking before the flurry of results this afternoon, here is the Prime Minister's take.
These are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
Some of Reform's wins are huge. Gains in Basildon, victory in Essex, a hug in Havering. And they won in Barnsley, Wakefield and Sunderland, councils run by Labour since the 1970s.
Sunderland. I mean, Labour used to weigh the votes. We've absolutely walked it. We're majority control in Sunderland. We're majority control in Gateshead. We're majority control in South Tyneside. And in areas like Hartlepool, where only 12 seats were up, guess how many we won? 12.
There were lots of cheering, even jumping Greens this evening too. They won Hastings in East Sussex, the London Borough of Waltham Forest, the Mayoralty in Lewisham in South London, and
Zoe Garbett is duly elected as the Mayor of Hackney.
Here in East London, they won the council and the mayor's job.
This is a historic victory. This is the first time the Green Party have ever won a directly elected mayor. And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried. And actually, whether it's here that Labour have been rejected or whether we're seeing around the country, it's very clear that the new politics is the Green Party versus Reform.
The Conservatives, so often leading actors in the story of British politics, feel like little more than an extra today. They've gone backwards, but
Good morning, Westminster. How are we feeling?
they did regain Westminster Council.
I'm very proud of how we have done. I'm not saying that we're there yet. I'm not saying that the results are perfect. There are loads of councillors, Conservative councillors, who would have lost their seats, but they can see that our strategy is working. Good strategy takes time. It doesn't all happen overnight.
For the Liberal Democrats, modest gains and unorthodox dance moves. They lost control in Hull, gained control in Stockport and West Surrey, and won in Portsmouth.
It's a fantastic result here in Portsmouth. The Reform threw everything at it, but we won. We've taken control of this council, and we've shown across the country that it's the Liberal Democrats who can hold off and beat Reform.
What then of the government's direction and the Prime Minister's future? This Labour MP used to be in Keir Starmer's cabinet. This afternoon she said he should stay for now.
The Prime Minister is doing an absolutely exceptional job on the international stage, and it's incredibly important that he's successful in that role because our constituents' livelihoods depend upon it. But the message has been clear from the public that unless the government delivers significant and urgent change, it's clear that the Prime Minister cannot lead us into another election.
A smattering of other Labour MPs are saying similar things. Let's see if it's a call that becomes contagious. The Prime Minister tonight is winded, Labour wounded, but Sir Keir Starmer's allies insist he is staying put here. Chris Mason, BBC News.
Well, let's hear more about those historic results in Wales. Let's head to Clive in Cardiff. Clive.
Yeah, hi to you, Jane. Hello from Cardiff Bay, where the sun has long set, not just over the Senedd, but on the supremacy of a Labour Party that has for a decade and for decade and for decade come to define what politics actually means for the people of Wales. Now, it's the Independence Party, Plaid Cymru, having won the most seats in the national elections, that will lead the political conversation in the Parliament just over there for the next 4 years. What we witnessed here today was nothing less than a political earthquake. The old order of Labour and the Conservatives swept away by Plaid and Reform UK. And to make a dreadful day worse for Labour, their leader, First Minister Eluned Morgan, lost her own seat and resigned as head of the party. Well, 96 seats were up for election, with 49 needed for an outright majority, and these are the results, with Plaid coming out comfortably on top with 43 seats. Reform, after a remarkable campaign, on 34. Labour annihilated on just 9. The Conservatives in 4th with 7. The Greens gaining their first ever seats in the Senedd on 2, and the Liberal Democrats with 1. Well, Howell Griffith reports now on a day of the highest political drama here in Wales.
On a redrawn political map, a new landscape is emerging. One where no corner of Wales can be considered Labour territory. Not even the First Minister's constituency, Eluned Morgan out of the Senedd with nowhere to turn, apart from resigning as Welsh leader.
It is clear that results across the whole of the United Kingdom have demonstrated deep frustration with the Labour Party. We need to go back to being the party of the working class. We need the Labour government nationally to change course.
Enter the man poised to take her place after a campaign focused on health and the cost of living, rather than Plaid's ambition of independence.
Our nation deserves a government that will work with relentless determination to deliver on the things that matter most to you. We now focus on that task, and we do this for Wales. Dros Gymru. Diolch yn fawr.
Plaid cast this election as a two-horse race between it and Reform. As runner-up, it will now become the official opposition.
For decades, the Welsh valleys and cities such as Islwyn and Newport have been ignored, let down and forgotten by the old parties of Wales. Today, the people have spoken, and now in Reform, they finally have a voice.
It's hard to overstate just how historic these results are. After 27 years in government, over a century of winning every major election in Wales, Labour now finds itself out of power and out of favour with people who would have always voted for the party by default.
I don't think that the people 100% have left Labour, but I think Labour have left the people.
I used to always vote Labour. I haven't the last twice neither.
And this time?
I voted Reform.
While Plaid's popularity was helped by those who rejected Reform.
Well, I wanted to vote for Green, but unfortunately not really a tactical vote at the moment, so I voted for Plaid. I'm not even Welsh, but I do think Plaid will be better for Wales than Reform.
Some believe the era of two-party politics is over. In Wales, it's been reset in new colours. The new expanded Senedd will still host Labour, a handful of Conservatives, a Lib Dem and its first ever Green Party members after an election which has rocked Welsh politics to its foundations. Howell Griffith, BBC News, Cardiff.
So what will the new Senedd chamber actually look like, and what will it mean for decision-making going forward? Here's Daniel Davies.
Politics has changed dramatically in Wales. This is how the Senedd looked before the election. There's a lot of red for Labour on these benches, but it's been swept aside by a surge in support for Plaid Cymru in Green. And on the other side of the chamber, something similar has happened, where the light blue of Reform UK has overtaken the Conservatives. So the two traditional parties of government in Britain, the Tories and Labour, relegated to third and fourth. And for Labour in particular, a disaster. They've led Wales since devolution started. In the new Senedd, they'll have just 9 members, and the First Minister, Eluned Morgan, won't be one of them. Now, this is the change in the share of the vote that's delivered Plaid Cymru a historic victory, up 15 points on the last election. Reform UK in second, winning seats in a Senedd election for the first time. Those two parties have led the opinion polls during the campaign, but Plaid Cymru's tally of 43 seats is better than many people would have expected. It's not far off the threshold required for a majority in the Senedd of 49 seats. They haven't quite reached that very high bar, which means that if they are to govern, they will need the support of other parties to win crucial votes on budgets and on legislation. If we add Labour in, for example, that takes them over the threshold. So that's the arithmetic in the new Senedd, with Plaid Cymru poised to form a government for the first time.
Dave is reporting there. We're going to get a final word now from Gareth Lewis, BBC Wales' political editor here. We all knew Labour were going to come in for a bit of a hammering today. The polls have been indicating that. But it's the scale of the drubbing that I think has left a lot of people breathless.
There's something psychological about single figures. 9 out of 96 seats today, 30 out of 60 5 years ago in 2021. The defeat is of jaw-dropping proportions. Bear in mind, too, the majority of winning Labour candidates won the 6th seat in their constituencies under this new system. So they just scraped in. And to cap it all, Lynette Morgan doesn't win a seat either. Now, for Labour, the soul-searching's underway. The search for a new leader will be underway. Welsh Labour's Executive Committee meets tomorrow morning with plenty to discuss. Plaid, at the very top end of their expectations, their two-horse race strategy, its ESO reform worked. It brought left-leaning voters to their cause. And reform, too, from nowhere 5 years ago to biggest opposition party comfortably, that is a hugely impressive performance.
OK, so practically now, going forward, what happens?
So Plaid Cymru meet here tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
First meeting of the new group, they'll need a big room. Tuesday or Wednesday, most likely to be confirmed, the Senedd will elect a new presiding officer, so equivalent to the Speaker in the House of Commons, and then a roll call vote will follow at some point after that. Rhun ap Iorwerth set to become Wales' first non-Labour First Minister. Clive, we've never had an election like this in Wales before. Labour's century-long domination is at an end. This is not just a day that will go down in Welsh political history, it is a day that will go down in Welsh history, full stop.
Political scientists will be studying it for a long time. Gareth, many thanks for your expertise over the last few days. Gareth Lewis there. Now, after one of the grimmest days for Labour here in Wales, we're going to cross to James Cook in Scotland, where the party there has also had a punishing day. Hi there, James.
Hi there, Clive. It certainly has. Welcome to Edinburgh, where it's the SNP leader, John Swinney, who has declared that his party has won the Holyrood election hands down. Mr Swinney says the public will now expect him to lead the Scottish Government as First Minister, and that would mean a record 5th term in power for the Nationalists. The leader of Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, has described the result as disappointing and said his party was hurting. All 129 seats here at the Scottish Parliament have been contested. 73 of those elected under first past the post, where the winner takes all, the other 56 using a system of proportional representation. We're still waiting for the regional results from the Highlands, but this is where things stand at the moment. The SNP on 57 seats, down from 64 last time and short of 65 required for a majority. Labour on 17, flirting with their worst ever performance in the devolution era. Just ahead of the new kids on the block, Reform UK, 15 seats for them. The Greens, the Scottish Greens on 13, the Conservatives on 11, the Liberal Democrats on 9. So that's the way things stand at the moment, with, as I say, 7 seats still to be declared. But how did we get there? Let's have a look at what led up to this evening. John Swinney and his wife Elizabeth heading into the count in Perth, confident that his Scottish National Party is heading back to government in Edinburgh. This is the 7th election since devolution in 1999, and the SNP have now won 5 of them in a row.
What is absolutely crystal clear is the SNP has won this election hands down. We are going to be the largest party by a significant and emphatic margin over any of our opponents. And I am deeply grateful to the people of Scotland for placing their trust in the Scottish National Party, and I promise to serve everyone in Scotland as First Minister.
And you're totally confident that you will be re-elected as First Minister when the Parliament behind you reconvenes, yes?
It's very clear that the SNP is in a commanding position in this election, and as a consequence of that, the public expectation will be for me to be returned as First Minister and to lead a government.
The Scottish Labour leader, Anas Sarwar, knows he could have been a contender for that job. It's just 2 years since his party swept the SNP aside in the general election. But that was then, and this is now.
This is clearly a disappointing result for us as a Scottish Labour Party. My party is hurting, we're disappointed, we advocated for change, we didn't win that argument, but it's my job to hold us together, and that's a job I intend to do, and we will continue to fight for the change we believe Scotland so desperately needs. But this was not a wholesale endorsement of the SNP. Its vote share is down,
and so is its total of seats.
Lorna Slater, Scottish Green Party, 12,600.
That's ex-Cabinet Minister Angus Robertson to the right of the Gannet, being unseated by the jubilant Scottish Greens.
We are hopeful of returning the largest ever number of Greens to Holyrood today, as voters choose to vote Green all over Scotland. And I can't wait to get back to work.
And not long after that, the Greens took Nicola Sturgeon's old seat in Glasgow too. There was also gloom for the SNP in the Hebrides, with Labour gaining Nehelinen and Year. While on the East Coast, Reform UK missed out on their top constituency target, but they made up for that with a haul of regional seats.
What we got is a lot of talented people coming in, and we will need to mould that into a cohesive group, no question about it. But we got very motivated people and very talented people, so I think we'll bed in pretty quickly.
There will be plenty of new faces turning up here at Holyrood in the coming weeks, but some things stay the same, and tonight it's the SNP who are celebrating again. So, what was behind today's results? Well, here's David Wallace-Lockhart with his assessment.
Let's look at a handful of key results in the Scottish election. We should start by saying this was a strong showing for the SNP. They're comfortably the biggest party, but they wanted a majority and a few pivotal results didn't go their way. Starting in Edinburgh Central, where there was a historic result. The Scottish Greens won their first ever constituency seat. The party's former co-leader, Lorna Slater, unseated a sitting SNP cabinet minister, Angus Robertson. He actually slipped into third place. If we go north now to Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, the biggest constituency in Scotland, almost as big as Northern Ireland. The Lib Dems, who seem to be enjoying most of the results today, took this from the SNP. They would have been disappointed, mind you, to lose their stronghold in Shetland. That was an SNP gain. What about Labour? Well, let's go to Rutherglen and Cambuslang. This Central Belt seat is a classic SNP Labour tussle, the sort of place where Labour would have had to win to have had any sort of revival. That didn't come to pass. The SNP candidate Claire Hawkey actually increased her majority here. It was underwhelming from Scottish Labour. It was underwhelming in many Central Belt seats for them. So it's been comfortable for the SNP, but short of that majority that John Swinney said he believed his party could get.
David Wallace-Lockhart with a flavour of some of the results there, and BBC Scotland's political editor Glenn Campbell is with us in Glasgow this evening. Glenn, it's been a big day, it's been a long day. What do you make of where we are at the end of it?
Well, it is pretty extraordinary that a party that's been in power for 19 years has just won its fifth successive election. That is a big win for them, albeit short of that overall majority that John Swinney sought with the hope of reviving the independence argument. It's personally pleasing for him, I think, because he took over the party a couple of years ago when it was in turmoil and about to suffer that hefty defeat in the UK general election at the hands of Labour. And it's not that there's been a big upsurge in support for the SNP since then. Instead, that support for Labour has plunged, apparently dragged down by the performance of the UK government. And then there is the breakthrough that Reform UK has made into the Scottish Parliament for the first time, taking a significant chunk of the available support. So Scotland has elected a potentially noisy, fractious six-party parliament that somehow the politicians are going to have to make work.
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting for you and me to watch it. Glenn Campbell in Glasgow, thank you very much. And that's the picture from us in Glasgow and from me here in Edinburgh. Now back to you, Jane, in London.
James, thanks so much, James Cook. Well, in England, the Labour losses were clocked up across swathes of the northwest and northeast of England and Yorkshire, including areas once considered the party's key strongholds. In Barnsley, in South Yorkshire, 50 years of Labour rule ended today, with Reform UK taking control. Our UK editor Ed Thomas reports from Barnsley.
50 years of one town's loyalty to Labour.
Local elections? What about them? Did you vote? Yep. And Reform?
Gone in just 24 hours.
I'm going to say something politically incorrect. I just burn them all on a stake if I could.
Really? That's
Yes,
how you feel?
Yes, really.
Starmer.
Starmer.
I don't know what he's doing.
Inside Beth's cafe,
Tell Beth it's BBC News.
a family at work.
Nothing to do with you, who I voted for. It wasn't Labour.
Once, Labour could depend on their support.
What are Labour doing for you?
Yeah. I think I would go reform. One word why you voted.
Starmer.
Sorry?
Starmer.
That's the main reason?
Yes. Yeah, he's done nothing for this country at all.
What hope does reform represent to you?
Just a change. It needs that change.
2 years? He's only been in power for 2 years.
2 years, you can make a big difference.
This is Labour's heartland, but now reform is surging.
What is your #1 problem with the Labour Party that you voted for only 2 years ago?
Well, they just don't look after people.
When you say they don't look after people, what type of people do you mean?
Well, working class people.
Excuse me, fella. It's not me, it's not Mastermind, I promise.
For Lee, in work since he was 16, a sense that Britain no longer works for him.
Fairness. Fairness for taxpayer. Too much tax. Everything's taxed, taxed, taxed and taxed again. I've voted for somebody else this time, just to see if they can make a change. Let me guess. Yeah. Reform. Yeah.
National debates dominating local elections.
Do you think Labour deserve to get kicked out in places like Barnsley?
It seems to me that national issues are in play, yeah. My opinion, people have voted against Keir Starmer.
Top far corner, you jelly bean.
Been Labour all my life, so I'm sad.
Are you worried about the future?
I am very worried. I don't think they'll know how to run country.
Reform?
Yeah.
Decades of Labour rule are over, and it's all change in Barnsley. Ed Thomas, BBC News.
Well, Nigel Farage has hailed Reform's results as a historic shift in British politics. Our correspondent Dan Johnson has spent the day with him.
Reform's come a long way in a short time, and nationwide success means travelling like this.
Where are we off to, Nigel?
We are off to St Helens.
Reform's campaign focused on Keir Starmer, but they insist these are not protest votes, but support that's secured for the future.
Is it better than you thought?
In terms of the swing from Labour, yes.
Do you worry that when you can't fix all the potholes, you can't solve all the local problems, people may feel disappointed?
Well, it depends what you promised. I mean, that's important. And I said last year, do not overpromise and underdeliver.
They reached St Helens before the votes had even been counted.
There's a bar in there, isn't there? What are you loitering about for? It's extraordinary.
So, time for a drink.
Do you think they can deliver results for you?
I hope so. Yeah, I do.
Do you trust him?
Yeah, I trust him. I trust him more than Starmer.
Disappointing, to be honest with you. I said I'm not a fan of reform.
You a Labour man?
I have been. I don't think the right man's in the top. I'd rather have Andy Burnham.
But we're already pushing for...
Victory was confirmed, but the Reform Air Force was already heading south.
A woman spoke to me this morning, an immigrant who's lived here for 25 years. She said that she thought immigrants were now going to be blamed and targeted. Can you reassure her that won't happen?
Oh, I mean, just look at our candidates. Look how many members of the BAME community we've had standing in the Midlands, in the north.
Do you understand why your rise to power, some of the people who support reform, makes her, a law-abiding, tax-paying immigrant, fear her future in the UK?
No, absolutely not.
And I asked about the millions of pounds received from wealthy individuals.
I'm in a more fortunate position financially than many. Yes, I am. There we are. Some people inherit money. Some people don't. That's the way life is.
They're not saying you're in it for yourself. They're saying you're maybe in hock to those who are funding
I'm
you.
not in hock to anybody. I never have been. I never will be. I'm completely my own man.
Here they took Essex County Council from the Conservatives.
And I tell you what, he'll be gone by the middle of the summer. The most
Reform UK, their man and his message is all about winning from both ends of the political spectrum. Dan Johnson, BBC News.